All right. I'm back. Doing a Wednesday. Oh, uh-oh. I can hear myself. Hold on. I had my page open on the other computer, so it started talking to me. Started repeating my words back to myself. Oh my god. Oh boy, I'm back. I'm puffy. Oh my dear lord, what happened to you, camera? Let's go ahead and do this real quick. That's what the Logitech cameras do. They lose their settings. Good frame rate? Good frame rate. All right, let's see what else is messed up. This one's good. I've been using this camera. How you doing? You come over here. Yes. It's been a couple days since I've actually been at my own setup. I haven't had time to work on anything. I've been dog sitting. A little cute puppy. Many pics in the Discord of the puppy, if you're curious. How's it going, Jefferson? How you doing? A Bridgewater subbing with a tier 1 for 25 months. Are the anniversary notifications still working? It's right on top of my face. Yeah. Thank you for, man, 25 months. Really appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, allergies have been hitting me really hard today. I feel like my face is inflated. Oh, I didn't bring down the stabilizer. Damn it. I received the key stabilizers in a package. The what do you call it? Cherry MX style key stabilizers. I have on this keyboard, I guess the design is fairly old. It has Corsair stabilizer bars is the style that it's called, and I wanted to upgrade it to the Cherry MX style. I don't know if that'll work or not. And the research that I did seems fairly mixed on whether or not that will actually work, whether I can swap in the Cherry MX style stabilizers onto the keyboard. Not that we're gonna get to that today, which is, I guess, whatever. I did want to look at that, but I don't think we're gonna get to that because I still have a lot of wiring to do. We have a little bit to do still on this thing. Should be fun though. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to control the LEDs. I don't know how that's gonna work exactly. They go to their own pins over here, so we're gonna just run wires back, up, and over. And then I've got enough wire that when I wire this in, this thing is on the 3M dual lock. So it's got Velcro on it. And so that Velcro is going to allow me, if I need to, move the processor and then get to, the pads that it's blocking. That's the idea anyway. That's what I've been working on. But we have about 5 or 6 wires to 7. We have about 7 wires to wire, and then we'll be pretty Gucci to continue on. 7 wires, then the screen, then we can test everything. Just to make sure the buttons work at all. I don't know how I'm gonna do the swapping of the rows and the columns that I did. Their rows and columns have swapped because of cleanliness in the circuit. Of course, I was also showing this. That's kind of a mess. I gotta work on that. This whole method of using wire wrap wire is fairly sloppy in a lot of places. Like fairly sloppy. I mean, it looks terrible. But some of them are good. The ones on the left are clean. It's just the ones on the right are just absolutely haggard. And the reason for that is because this is the side that I could strip, and then I measured it to length and cut it. And then from there, it's like, how do I strip these wires? I think I need a heated tool to do it. I need to invent some kind of a heated tool. Maybe I can put a different, scalpel blade on. Two things. I need to make a scalpel blade that mounts to the soldering iron. So I have a hot knife that I can do plastic stuff with, And then in doing that, I think what I could do is I could take a scalpel blade, modify it so that it has like a little tapered like prong, and then I can just get that down over the wire, twist it, and then remove cleanly. I think that might be what I need to do. That'll be a lot of tip swapping though when I do wiring projects. That might garner its own tool, but I don't know what else I have really. I don't know what else I have. I don't know. Welcome to Wednesday. Hey, there's nobody here because I haven't streamed in like a fortnight. That's just the way she goes. I haven't streamed a lot because we got a puppy, which is the cutest thing in the world, but it means that people's schedules aren't exactly helping me get down here and actually do the projects that I need to do, the stuff that I need to do in order to keep this stream alive. But we'll soldier on. We always do. What's up, Isaac Ewing? How's it going? Yeah, chat's super slow right now. There's only a couple people. Nobody expected me to do a Wednesday stream, but I fucking ridiculously overslept yesterday for some reason. I don't think I'm coming down with anything, but like my allergies are really bad today, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on under the hood. I need a diagnostic. People need like a diagnostic plug. Just make it Bluetooth. I found your channel again. Geek Nerdy Cave. How's it going? Welcome to my Geek Nerdy Cave. Tiny wire stripper on the handle of the Rat Shack wrap. Oh yeah, that thing. The problem with the Radio Shack wire stripper that's in this thing. Problem with that is very simply that it just requires too much force, and the pads on this are ready to come up. They're not very well attached to the PCB substrate because they're so small. This thing works, but it requires a lot of force to work. Also, it's a little bulky. What I need is just that piece of metal, but heated. I mean, that's not so bad. It does work. I don't know though. Allergic to puppy? I might be. I think it's actually just the outside though. I think the outside is playing hell with my allergies. Like, what's the pollen index at? Let me type that in quickly. Pollen index, and then my zip code. Vice grip stripper. Is that the one that like does all the operations and like pulls it apart? Because like I need something that's low force and can really get in there. Yeah, I can't get one of those into here, you know? Where's my fucking pollen index? Pollen count and allergy info. Moderate. It's just stuck at moderate. It's just all been moderate. Tree grass and ragweed. Yeah. I don't know. Something's messing with me. Ugh. Your puffy-faced streamer here. De-emphasize the face cam, but I can't help it. That's just the nature of this show, is that my face is up here all the time. Can't get away from it. What else we got going on here? All right, everything's announcing properly, etc. I might have the dog at the beginning of stream tomorrow. It depends on what schedules are doing. You know, people got to go out, and the dog might end up in a crate upstairs, and I'm not sure if that'll lead to barking yet. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. This frame rate is weird. Is that? No, everything looks okay. All right. If I hear that Google ad for security again, I am going to throw a shit fit. I am so like I can't. It's one line and of like a doo-wop song, and I'm like, it just every other ad is that ad, and I'm about to just throw stuff. I don't watch regular TV at all anymore, except that it's just always on upstairs. So I have been subject to advertising using magnet wire. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with magnet wire, stripping the tips on magnet wire. I got magnet wire to kind of work. I mean, I've got very, very thin stuff on these motors, on these motor spindles that I keep on the magnet hanger, but just a place to throw stuff target in your shop. It's not in here that I hear it. It's upstairs, so I need like just something to throw stuff at. I know. Good call. Yeah, so I have, like, this motor wire is very thin and it's kind of manageable. It doesn't really stay in place because it's so thin, and obviously you can solve that with tape or glue. Excuse me. But consistently getting the lacquer off of the wire, that's tough. And I haven't devised a good way to do that yet. To get the lacquer off of this. I can get it to solder, but I think that's just the exposed end. Perhaps thicker wire would be good. I mean, alternatively, I could have just not even bothered with the jacketed stuff. I could have just done bare wires, because all this wire just sits next to itself, and then it's going to get stabilized with a little bit of UV glue. And as long as I keep it one layer, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just, I mean, certain places I'd have to be careful, because like right there, that's like a power pin. So maybe that wouldn't be a great idea. I probably should have desoldered that before I started, but oh well. Can't move it now. These are the RGB transistors, and then I think there's 2 more pins on this microcontroller somewhere. Hopefully it's these 2 that are like just adjacent, but there's 2 more pins on this microcontroller that control these 2 over here. These ones are local to the LEDs. Those are the 2 RGB LEDs right next to it. It's really weird. Like, those RGB LEDs aren't part of the matrix. They're part of like a separate thing. So I'm gonna run all 5 of those wires, and they're basically gonna come up and along this sort of top layer thing, and I guess it's gonna push out some of these lines here. Those are the USB and the power. I'm getting power from right there. That's 5 volt for USB. Is that a dog hair? I think that's a dog hair. I'm shedding dog hair onto my own designs. Oh no, is that motor wire? No. Or is it just a scratch? Where are my tweezers? There. That's a dog hair. It's a puppy hair. Get that out of there. So yeah, the USB and then power, a 5 volt power, and then I've got 3 volt power coming back this way. Ay. It's a big mess. It's a big mess of wires. I had to extend these because they didn't quite make it. I had them soldered to the wrong pins. And then I got to figure out where all of my rows and columns are going to be after this swap up. That's intentionally combined, and then this is adding the 2 control pins to the other one. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. That kind of looks like it's over 2 pins. No, that's 1 pin. That's 1 pin. The soldering is a little weird in a lot of places. I gotta be careful about it, especially right here. Needs a little bit of help. Actually, that is separated right now. This pad has lifted, and that's a power pad. So I gotta be careful of this one. This little pad, you can see it moving. Ooh, that's a power pad. I don't want that to touch anything that I'm doing. 2 pins to control the main backlighting. This is for the under key lights right here, these 2. And I looked into that circuit. I wish I was doing that with you guys, because it was a weird one. But apparently this is what it looks like. It's all fucky. I don't know why it's like this. Why would you do this? There's one that goes to a PWM pin and the other one goes to an on-off pin, but why? Why? Maybe it's such an old microcontroller that it can only provide either PWM or an on-off on separate pins. It just seems like a weird thing. Why would you do that? Looking good, Father? Oh, thank you. I'm extremely puffy-faced because of allergies. I took a couple pictures of the puppy this morning, but I'm like inflated. I look terrible. They are cute pictures, but I don't look good in them. I'll show them briefly. I'll show them because I have no shame. I have no shame in this world. Focus the camera in. They're very cute. She ate a stick. Yeah, she's a cutie. She's a cutie patootie. But I'm all puffy faced in those. I don't like it. I don't like being all puffy faced. That's an awesome dog. She is an awesome dog. She's very bitey still. She's not gonna really get over the biting. It's all play bites, but you know, I gotta train that out of her eventually. But you know, she's very, very cool and cute. So we have a good time. She's a little baby. Go back to giving credit where credit is due. If you're interested in the music, it's Big John, Pex, Costa Rica. All the tracks are very old. Big John is still doing shows and stuff. It's just I don't know. I kind of reached back in the portfolio to find something that was chill and sort of gave us like a tech feel going into my tech stream. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Appreciate that. We're just letting people gather ahead of stream. We're gonna work on some very, very small soldering today. Very small stuff. I got 5 wires to put in. We should be able to get past the wiring portion of this project. And then, of course, I gotta figure out what goes to what pin. What is this pin again? I don't know. Thank you guys for being here for this. I appreciate this. We've done a lot of keyboard work, and it's been kind of a slog. Getting all the software together, doing the hardware is gonna be the sort of the more fun part. But I need to have all my faculties with me in order to do neat, clean, and precise wiring on this. I figured I'd do this more like a wiring challenge because otherwise I'm just not going to be happy with it. You could do all kinds of other stuff to do this type of work, and I could have used magnet wire, but I figured that would be a little bit more of a bird's nest, and I wanted something that could lay down flat. I think I need to buy slightly larger magnet wire because I don't think this motor was expensive, and then it exploded. But this motor here, this stuff is too thick. This is worse than what I'm using here. 30 gauge. I need to get something that is a bit smaller than this in the lacquer coated wire, because that would have made this would have been a lot cleaner and easier if I had used that. But it is what it is. We're using stuff that I have to accomplish my goals. See that? It wouldn't really lay down on these microscopic little pads. It would adhere to the board a little bit more in that it's solid core, but yeah, where's the emote that she was doing? I don't know if I have the FFZ emotes here, but the FFZ dog is like a dead ringer for Willow. Some enameled wire about that size was $55. What the heck? I mean, people who are like bonkers about motors love this gauge wire, because what they'll do is they'll take like a 3-phase motor and rip out all the coils and then put their own high gauge stuff in there. 32 is a bit too thin, 24 far too chunky. Well, this is 30, so I'd probably want to go for 32 or 34. Because like this is a little bit much. That's all you got. Yeah, none of those. Those aren't the... I don't know. The FFZ has a dog emote that looks just like Willow. When you study it a little closer, you can see the differences, though. But yeah, this is too thin. I could have used this. It would just be very frustrating for me to get the enamel stripped off of it because it's so small. In the past, I've used like a file or a little piece of sandpaper, or what I have going on right now, which is I have a little piece of circuit board in the vise, and I just use this as like a dipping surface. Yeah, this turned out good. It's just because I know what I'm doing with this stuff, yeah? It could have been a lot cleaner and cooler looking if I had used, because like the thing Pyro posted today in the Discord. Where is that? Let me find it. Look at the corgi. Oh my god. That is cute. That's a cute set of emotes. Where is that? Hold on, let me... What did Pyro post in the Discord? Scroll. Hey, look, my announcement channel isn't just me making excuses for why I'm not on air. Things have been pretty crazy today, or this week. I spent all of Monday, and I do sincerely mean all of Monday. It was literally 4 hours on the phone trying to secure more of the pods that it's like as if I was the first person in the history of the world to actually need more supplies. It's like this has never happened before. And I think what CVS is doing is making excuses for the computer system being partially down. I think they had computer system problems, and that's why nobody could accommodate us. But like the insurance company would forward me to the CVS, which is supposed to be mailing the supplies, and then CVS would forward me back to the insurance company. And it's like, here's what I need to have done. I need you to try to fill this prescription. Oh, it's not up yet. We were not allowed to. No, you try. Just try, please. It's like for some reason they were militantly sticking to their guns on the timing. Yeah, doesn't this look good? This is really cool. This is whoever this is. Mako TR underscore 315. The Japanese electronics Twitter is insane. These people do incredible work. And this is a really cool execution. If I had motor wire of this size, I would love to have done this board in this. I don't want to start over though. I really don't want to start over. It would be torture. But how cool is that? I mean, look at that. My stuff looks like that if it were done by a 3-year-old. You know, you do this stuff enough and you start to get cleaner at it. You never, I don't expect to be doing this level of work right off the bat, you know? Send you a bob and a 32 mag or something. I appreciate people sending me stuff, but it's always very awkward. I don't know what to do about, you know, people sending me stuff. It's weird to me. I don't know. It's just, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's nice. It's nice when, you know, for instance, the other day, Mahalo sent me something and it was like fairly nice. And I'm like, wow, thank you. Like, I sincerely thank you, but I don't know what to do. I guess I got to be better at not being awkward about that. But yeah, I like to give people, you know, the best I can do is give endless credit for the things people send in. So I try to remember what people send in and I try to give them credit. Anyway, so like I can just get wire. It's easier for me to just get it. I could literally order it right now. In fact, just for the next time, let's do 32 gauge motor wire. Let's see what we get. Nope, nope, nope. 32 gauge resistance wire. What? No, it's all the wrong stuff. 32 gauge solid enamel wire. There it is. BN Tecco is the only one that I'm seeing. Oh, 5 spools for $9. Oh, yeah, that's taking a risk. Red? I don't think I want red. Copper wire, enamel, copper wire, enamel, magnet winding wire, 1 spool, coil, natural temperature. There's so many keywords in each one of these listings. That one is 5 miles of wire. The only one that looks organized. I don't trust the ones that look like they're just spooled around a random spool. $3. 24 gauge, 26, 28, 32, or 38 gauge. Well, let's go with 32. That's $2. It gets here in a million years, but we'll just do that. All right, there we go. There's $3 out of my pocket, and I'll have that for next time. Nichrome wire, no need for resistors. Nah. No, there was a lot of wire there. That was a lot of wire in that listing. It's probably coming direct from China, though. That's the thing about those. I don't know. Yeah, copper prices aren't exactly down. But yeah, look at that. Look at that work. Holy shit. I would like to be able to do work like that. I think I can. And I probably should have done enameled motor wire for this one, but We're gonna keep doing what we're doing. Once I feel like actually starting. The Porsche is gone. Oh, there's a 944 shaped hole in your garage. Sad to see it go. Love to watch it leave. Man. I want one. The prices for them are insane. I don't have space for one right now, unfortunately. I would love, love, love to be doing a 944 LS1 swap. I was back in 2013 or something. I had to get rid of mine. I sold it to a team that was doing the Grassroots Motorsports Challenge for, I think, $2,000. I got it for like maybe $1,200, I think a little less than that. I forget exactly. Wait, no, I paid cash for it. How much did I spend? I didn't spend a lot because the car's motor was dead, which is something that happens with those because it's got a timing belt and it's an interference engine. I'm trying to fill the hole with something all-wheel drive. Ooh, that sounds fun. That does sound fun. Yeah, you were looking at Subarus and stuff, right? Subaru. I gotta move the fan closer. I'm already sweating. I'm already sweating under these lights. I don't know if you guys can hear the fan in the background or not. Somebody's got to tell me. Somebody on headphones. It's been a minute since I streamed. I've been a little busy with puppy and health stuff and all that. So I'm doing a Wednesday. I'm gonna be hopefully on tomorrow, but I think with tomorrow's stream, we're gonna have the puppy here for a minute or two. Nah, I just like the acronym TRD. Sounds like turd. Might look at the Audi. Oh, okay. Audis are all right. I used to be in that whole VW club, all that crap. How are we gonna wire this part? I think maybe this is just gonna go up top and over to everywhere it needs to be. I think what I need to do is scratch and expose 2 of the pads on the USB lines. Then of course it'll get double filtering on the USB, but that's all right. There's gonna be 2 sets of filters going through the USB. B5S4. Yeah, I know all the problems those things have, because just that generation of VW/Audi, you know, all the coil packs constantly going, the water pump that's made out of plastic and shreds itself, just everything. But if it's still, I mean, if you've got if you find a B5S4 and it's still running, there's a good chance all that annoying stuff has been done to it already. I don't know where I'd be able to find engines for them. Junkyard. Junkyard, FCP Euro, maybe. FCP Euro is actually, I think they're getting a local, where was that? Was it Ben Salem? I forget. Somewhere local around here. There's going to be a warehouse for them. What's up, Copper? I can hardly do the Wi-Fi antenna mod on the Pi Zeros so far. I have a board kill rate of 33%. Oh my god. What is the Wi-Fi mod? I've never heard of this before. Huh, they didn't put in one of the filters. Don't have hot air. What, is it a chip swap? This isn't the Wi-Fi module, by the way. This is just a regular old Pico. Oh, to put an external on them. Yeah, hold on, let me take a look at that board. Ugh, I can't type. I have a brain injury. Give me a good top-down view with all the details. I need those deets. I need to look up close. So what you would be doing in order to put an external antenna on there, it's kind of a shame they don't even give the pads for that. They don't even give you the pads. There's the antenna coming out of the module, and then possibly, I mean, it would be, you could pick it up here, but you probably will want to pick it up right here. and that is some small soldering. You know, I mean, you don't need hot air to manipulate this. Just a regular soldering iron, a little bit of flux, and if you apply heat to one side of this, both of them will come free. Then from there, I guess it's a challenge to get the other chip on top of it, though, because, you know, if you do like one of those, well, I have some of them, but I'll just do SMD antenna plug. One of these guys, these little guys here. They're blurry. They're very blurry. One of these little guys here. Diode on the Pi 0W isn't needed, so my iron eats it. I can bypass it. Yeah. I mean, what you'd want to do is find a place, you know, on that. I guess you could use that pad, plop this thing down. I don't know what the surrounding area is. I haven't looked at the scale. That's getting a little close to that pin. Looks like a ground, but if you could peel or scrape up the ground pad here and here, then you could have that one little nubbin piece for the antenna, solder to this, and then this could anchor it down. So it would be remove that just by applying any soldering iron at all, scrape, and then the antenna might fit. I don't know what the scale is. I don't know if that fits on the scale or not. But yeah, that's some fiddly. It's very fiddly and it's very small. It's a shame they didn't provide any kind of a, because usually what you'll have on these, is some kind of a a 0 ohm resistor or similar, I guess the diode in this case, that you can move to a different set of pads, and then there would be like the facilities to have a plug-in antenna. There's a lot of PCBs that have that already. We run into them all the time. Does the Pi 0 have it? 0W? I don't think I have a Pi 0W that I can look at. That's how the Pi 0, yeah. That's where I've run into it before. I guess they were adamant in making it as cheap as possible, so. The other side of the board? Where's the other side of the board? Where's my antenna? Where did it go? No, there's just no antenna. Where's the thing? I mean, these have pretty good. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, so there's the pins, and then there's the antenna right there. That runs all the way back here. A couple filter areas. It doesn't look like. Yeah. Oh, there's the pads. Yeah, there are the pads right there. So those are the pads for the little SMD antenna, Jim Jam. It's just unfortunate that I don't have it. No, I want the side by side. There it is. New tab. There you go. Yeah, so you'd have to move this to there, or put a jumper. You don't want two antennae, so yeah, you want to move it over. Only have a TS100. That does make it difficult if you don't have the right tip and you've got. I mean, TS100 can hold its own, but yeah. So this is where it would go on the Pi 0W, but the Pico ain't got that, and the real estate is. I mean, there's plenty of real estate here to put that plug, that surface mount plug, but it's still, there's no pads to go down. You know, there isn't even ground to expose to put that little connector on, because that little connector, I mean, if this happened to be the right size, which I doubt it is, that little connector needs to be kind of anchored pretty well, because it will, it deals with the stresses of plugging stuff into it. Yeah. I mean, don't they sell the chip? Don't they just sell that chip? What is this over here? What did they add to this? Is this the extra storage that it has? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, we don't have the wireless one here. We have the regular $4 one. Look at this. Oh, it's so good. All right, well, let me get the music out of here. We got enough people gathered. We got enough people gathered that we can have a nice little wiring stream here. I'm feeling it today. I've had allergies going nutsoid on me. I've been taking care of the little puppy. She's very, very cute. Showed some pictures of her earlier today. Yeah, I don't know. I have a pets channel in the Discord that's just popping off with all the pictures that I've taken of the puppy. I haven't been able to get down here to work on this stuff. My Monday, which was supposed to be spent doing wiring, was spent on the phone with insurance and healthcare companies, because apparently I'm the first person in history to not be prescribed enough of a durable medical good. First person ever. I don't know. This ground has never been broken before. So I had to be on the phone all day. I don't know why. And then next week, the upcoming Monday, I'm going to be on the phone again all day again, because they want me to call them back so that they can sort everything out. Just the worst. It's all just the worst always. Anyway, I'm here now. I happen to have like a little bit of a window this Wednesday to work on this stuff. So we're going to be doing a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I'm going to literally detonate and no longer exist. Just for a couple days. Yeah, my stream schedule has been kind of thrown asunder by the new puppy, but we'll get there. We'll get over it, and I'll be able to get work done, and we'll get back to these projects. Because I'm desperately trying to fix my mechanical keyboard so that we could work on Burn the Subs. I wanted to do a mechanical keyboard project, and here I am. It's starting to balloon out of control. The amount of wiring that was required in order to make this keyboard happen is far and away more than I had expected. And what I've been trying to do is what the huge lens is new on the down-facing camera. Nope. This is been here for a while. It's hard to catch you live. Yeah, my schedule's been all over the place. I try to keep a decent regular interval of streaming, and I appreciate you guys for being here and watching me go through some of the ups and the downs that I've been going through on these projects. The one thing that I lack is a good way to strip 30 gauge wire wrap wire reliably, and I think we might work on something for that soon. I need to basically either, I don't know, find a little metal plate and then heat it up somehow and then use that in order to strip these wires. I think I need to heat it up. I don't know. The little thing that comes with the handle of the wire wrapping tool is pretty good, but it does put a lot of force into the wires, and I think that would damage the, what do you call it? Damage the pads, because I've had some trouble with that. Anyway, we're doing fiddly wiring. What happened was I spilled something on my keyboard, and the keyboard died. And so I figure, well, the rest of the keyboard, it's just switches in a matrix, right? How hard could it be to just put an aftermarket keyboard thing on it? So we spent a couple days trying to figure out how to get QMK, which is the mechanical keyboard, quick mechanical keyboard. It's a giant piece of software that goes on microcontrollers, and it powers keyboards. And so we got the Raspberry Pi Pico, which I've had sitting in a bin collecting dust for 2 years. Raspberry Pi Pico, and I figured we don't have enough pins to run a full, you've just enough pins to run a full keyboard, but that means you can't have accessories like a little OLED screen or LEDs that backlight your keyboard. So my reasoning, my thought behind this is that why don't we use some port expanders? It's not all that unheard of. Apparently, it's very difficult. The wire burning tool used in the USAF to preheat small gauges. I had attend a 2-week course. Oh, I had to attend a. Sorry, my brain no work, no good today. Tim19862. Thank you. Thank you for the 6-month gift subscription. Wait. Entered month 3 of the 6-month gift from Twisted Sister. Holy shit. Twisted Sister went on a spree a while back. And then also, who's the one? It was like, where'd they go? Where did they go? I got Entropic Heaven. Thank you for subbing with a Prime for 11 months. Hey, those Primes don't remind you of anything. So it's nice to see you guys subbing. We're in September, apparently. So subs are a certain percentage off for you guys. Not for me. I still get the full money. Looking for the name from yesterday. All those gift subs that are from the other stream. Oh my god. Why is this? Oh, weird. My computer's like about to eat itself, apparently. Bop, bop, bop. Last Miles. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't. My brain doesn't work today. Last Miles gifted like a ton of subs too, so thank you, Last Miles again. How could you forget Last Miles? Because my brain doesn't work. It's been a busy week. I already told you my brain doesn't work. You guys remember that. So anyway, we've been struggling with QMK, and it required me to rewrite a lot of software so that we could actually use these guys. So we could use the port expanders that I happen to have in the keyboard. Because with this project, one of the slight limitations that I have is that I don't want to buy stuff. I don't want to buy a lot of stuff for this. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm using the cheap stuff that I already have, the port expanders that I happen to have, you know, in my bins that I keep looking over and not having a project for, and the Pico Pi that I bought $15 worth of them, which is more than several. They're like $4 each. So I figured I'd use the Pico Pi on it because they figured out how to get QMK to work on it. And we did a lot of software rewriting in order to use the port expanders. I finally understood how the matrix part of the of QMK works in the first place, and we were able to get it working. We did our test. This is approved. It works well. I was able to hit the Q key rapidly and without too much fuss. So we know this works. So the next step is to actually put it on the keyboard itself. And it turns out keyboards are about 250,000 contacts all wrapped into one thing. It's actually kind of psychotic how much soldering is required in order to get this thing to work. Hold on, my thermal imager just fell off of the stalk. So I have been struggling quite a bit to get this thing all wired up, and I've got it mostly done here. All of these I decided to use the main processor as my contact point instead of going to all the different points around the keyboard, just because it would mitigate the wiring mess. I could either have all the wires placed nice and neatly here, or I could have it branch out into various points in the keyboard. So I think this is a big upgrade. The only problem is that has shuffled the locations of the rows and the columns for this. So I'm going to have to spend considerable time with the software and looking at my circuit in order to figure out where the rows and the columns have gone. Before that, though, I want to get all the rest of this thing wired up. So let's get this flyered up. So what I've done is in an open area of the keyboard, I have attached the 3 Max 308s. Happens to be the chip that I have, and so that is the multiplexer that I'm using. In order to run ground to all 3 of these chips, what I did is I taped off a narrow strip about the width of a pin. And that narrow strip of ground is then used to hold these chips down to the board. I was going to glue them like on top of a piece of tape, but I figured going 2-layer like this also allows me to run power directly from where power comes from on this thing. So this is 5 volts right here. Where's my cursor? 5 volts right here, comes up, dodges the pin, goes into positive voltage, and enable. We don't need to disable any of these because they're all separated properly. If we were going to run these two in sequence, then I wouldn't do the enable. I would do the enable pins all the way back to the microcontroller, but I don't need to do that. These can just stay completely enabled at all times. So we just have those hooked up to enable at all times, and then in parallel we've got the address pins of these two, because these two go to separate inputs to the microcontroller. These two go to separate inputs to the microcontroller, and then they get read at the same time. That's how we have 16 different columns. So there's a little mistakes here and there. I forgot to wire these to the proper pins. I had to shuffle all of these over one row. I need to get rid of that metal right there. Hold on. Let's get the soldering iron in there. Give me this. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. All right, hold on. Been a lot of curse words uttered in this space lately. Okay, and then I'll just put that back down. But yeah, these were originally on the pin that's adjacent to them, and they're not supposed to be. So I had to extend them out a little bit. I gotta be careful of parallax. Why did that immediately become desoldered? Jeez, this stuff's hard to work with. All right, that's good enough. I'm not gonna stress it too much. Yeah, this is the size of a human finger. So anyway, these three are in parallel, or sorry, these two are in parallel, and then this one is independent because this one is the column, or sorry, this one's the row activation, and these are the column activations. And so I tapped into the connection to the columns that goes to the chip. It turns out these are a little bit more narrow, but yeah, not exactly. No, these are, my finger is normal sized. Because of the way, because there are 18 columns, a couple of them have to share, and so that's these and this one, and then the two right here. So I was able to just use that as a wider pad. Why? They're doing tree work outside. I just want fresh air. Why do I have to be doing this right outside of my house when I'm streaming? Oh god, it's like two-stroke gas fumes are coming in through the window. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. I have carbon monoxide detectors. Okay, I'm back. All right, so yeah, this has been a trip. We can access the LEDs from here too. So everything is all wired up, and then I have got these runs of wires coming back over and around, and then the Pico Pi is not soldered yet. I'll back the microscope out for when we work on this. This thing is sitting on 3M dual lock. 3M dual lock. I love this stuff. This is really good for, it's really useful for electronics, but it's basically just an adhesive keyboard-like plastic, or sorry, keyboard-like, an adhesive Velcro-like plastic that just snaps together. People use this stuff in drones a lot, like little drones. But anyway, this stuff is all, yeah, pretty good. It's pretty clean, and it allows me to remove this if I need to. That's sort of, I was gonna tape it in place, but then it's like blocking pins that I might want to get to. Like if I ever want to desolder the switches, I would like to be able to do that on this board. So yeah, I'm gonna get super fund powers somehow. So anyway, the tape on here is temporary until it is tested. Once it's tested, I will put ultraviolet glue on little tracks of ultraviolet glue in order to hold this stuff still. The UV glue can be picked off. It'll just pop off because it becomes like kind of a plastic, but then if you pick at it with something, it'll break off. What's up? It's all costs money. It's sticky. Super fun, super fund. That's right. You can't spell super fun without super fund. What? Anyway, so I'm gonna try to keep this stuff flat. We're working on the LEDs now. The way that the LEDs are controlled on this is psychotic, I think. I think Code also ran out of pins. I think Code actually ran out of pins for their keyboard on their little Sonics microcontroller, but they still had I2C. So the I2C lines, I believe, are going, well, there's one memory storage thing, and then also the I2C lines that they use go out to another microcontroller, and that other microcontroller controls caps lock and num lock. Why is there scroll lock? It's scroll lock and caps lock. There's no num lock because there's no number pad on this keyboard. But it controls it in a weird way. I guess if there was like a third light for num lock, then it would justify the scheme that they've used in order to control these LEDs. Here's the scheme. Take a look at this. We can get the Japanese soldering out of the way, and you guys can see my notepad, my note sheet, which also tells me what rows and columns have changed to. But over here, this is the scheme that they use in order to control the two RGB LEDs. Now this is saving them pins. What you do is you activate one of the diodes. Now, these are all in one enclosure. I should put a circle around those, but I'm not. It's just one RGB LED, right? And so what they're like, okay, we got RGB LEDs. our microcontroller can't directly power these because it's a lot of current to power an LED sometimes. So what do we do? Like, how do we control this? Well, let's put a transistor to supply positive power to the LED, and then we can control RGB below it, and we can do 3 transistors for the RG and B, so we can send PWMs to these 3, and then we can turn them on and off in sequence. And so we can have multiple LEDs, and that will save us pins. Because if we were to just do the RGB, that would be, I mean, you need 3 transistors per LED in order to control that. So that's 3 and 6, that's 6 transistors. But this way, we only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only need 5 instead of 6. Well, they saved 1 pin. They needed 6 pins in order to control this, and I guess it's probably an offshoot of their other keyboard. But yeah, that apparently, that lighting right there is controlled by a separate microcontroller. So we need to figure out where those pickups are. We need to figure out where those pins lie on this board. Where are we? Bop. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's what we're going to work on. So let's figure it out. I already figured out where the backlighting ones are. They're over here. I'm not sure if I want to do, if I do 2 wires that come over here and then up, but the RGB, the 5 wires for RGB are going to come from here. So I guess it's all just going to meet up in this area. I guess I can move this wire over to the side. It's just the buttons are really in the way of this big wire loom that I'm making. So let's get to the bottom of some of these problems here. I think the first question that I need to answer is, where are the 2 activation transistors connected to? So that's these 2 right here, and I know they're right underneath the Raspberry Pi Pico, but I'd rather pick them up down here, because that way we have a little bit of wire that can be lifted when I move the Raspberry Pi Pico. Okay, so down here, so here are the controls for the RG and B transistors. I don't know which one's which. And I gotta figure out how to make this work in code. I don't know how the code is going to control this, because this is a weird scheme. Maybe there's already, you know, something in QMK that does a similar way of backlighting. But okay, so base collector and emitter, these are on the low side, they connect to ground. And then we've got easy peasy, we've just got the base. So 1, 2, 3 right here. And then I would assume the other 2 are going to be kind of in a logical location. I don't know if they're going to be over here. These 2 run off and go in a direction, but yeah, they seem to go to here. So here, let's get to the base of one of these. That's going to be this pin here, so I can just saddle myself up on that. Let me just make sure it doesn't connect, cross connect over here. Let's do here, multi 3. Hold on. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a little discombobulated because I don't have thermals on right now, but the multimeter at least will be visible. Now let's move that light so that you guys can see it at least on your screens, and then we just check, where are we? We're here, and I just want to make sure that this isn't shared with this. That would be kind of weird. Yeah, oh well, they're not connected at all. Okay. All right, let's see here. What's up, TurboNad? Yeah, I'm doing a Wednesday just because my life is out of control right now. I happen to have time right now between sitting an adorable puppy. Yeah, it's my off day, and I'm streaming just because I've needed to work on this thing. That's like an orphan pin. There's nothing connected to that one. What about you? No. I would assume that it's going to be in an area with a couple more pins, just because this thing, I would think, can be expanded. And why have this entire microcontroller here controlling this stuff? What are you? No. What are you? No. Okay. If it's under the wire, I'm going to be annoyed. Not there. Not there. Wait a minute. Is this somehow Is this somehow tied into these other transit? That would be very strange indeed. Hold on a second. Meant to be streaming this afternoon, but I instantly fell asleep when I got home. Holy shit. They're working you to death over there. I woke up in my chair wondering what month we were in. Yeah, I did that last night. I need better sleep habits. Yeah, I don't know if these go out to that cluster over there. Hold on, let's pick up that again. Okay, there aren't enough pins. Wait a minute, I just got something on that one. Are these the ones that go out? Where'd those go? They go over to there and then elsewhere. Yeah, it might be these two right here. Yep, 0.6 ohms for that one. And then the other one, let's go right there. And then go here. Yep, 0.5. Okay, so that's where we'll pick up. So we need to do these three and then these two right here. And they all just go to their own pins of the microcontroller. So let's get started. We can pick up all of them right there and just send them. And then we'll do the two over here that do these two transistors. I don't know why there are two transistors responsible for the entirety of the backlighting of this entire thing, but we'll just roll with it. We'll just roll with it. All right, so for wire color, what am I doing here? This is the remainder of the wiring that we're doing here. Once we get that done, we're done all of everything except for the screen. We're basically done once we do the wiring. So now I know where to get all my wires. What color are we gonna choose for these? All bets are off on this, just because I only have so many wire colors and there's so many connections here. So I mean, it's just gonna be a big mix-up. That's why I want to keep some of the wire connections like on top of everything else, so they're nice and visible, so I can trace them down. I do not know what wire colors I want for the RGB. It's RGB, topside, and then, oh my god, what a mess this has been. Let's just, like, I don't know, let's make them all one color. They're all gonna be purple. How about that? Just all purple. All purple wires all the time. Every wire purple. It's all purple. Just purple. There's actually already a lot of purple going back to the main controller. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, we gotta think about this. I think there's no uniformity to a lot of this stuff. I only have one black wire. Oh no, two black wires, and those are part of the addressing pins. Those are part of the address system for the muxes. Iconic Bear, thank you for the 35 months. 35! You just say mess. All right, you know, you can't please. I know it's a mess in here. It's because I haven't had time. I haven't had time. There's been no time. I've been completely engaged with puppy things over the past couple days. Dog is a lot of work. Worth it because she's awesome, but it's been a time sink. We don't have much wire colored choices, does it? Compared to my hand-wired keyboard, this is not a mess. It's I'm trying. I'm putting every effort forward to not have this be a giant explosion of wiring. Woo! That was a thank you for that, Stomach. I really appreciate you almost killing me. I'm gonna use black wire for this. I'm just gonna use black wire, and we'll have to figure out what the length is gonna be, and then I'll get 5 of these. I got some of my QMK stuff sorted out. So far, what I've sorted out is the muxes are fast enough and they work for this task. So we've gone full send on the hardware part of it. From there, I haven't really sorted out much. All of the rows and the columns are wired to muxes. I have a plan. Arthur. I have a plan for what's now connected to what. I need to swap all those rows out so it knows what keys are actually being pressed. And then right now what we're doing is we're wiring up all the LEDs, so those have hardware pins. I don't know how the LEDs are going to be managed by QMK. I might need to write my own LED code, because I don't see other people doing this with their, and I don't know why. I think they just ignore the numlock and the caps lock keys, but we can have a lot of fun with the numlock and caps lock keys. We can do a lot of cool stuff with it. We can make different interactions with them if we need to. But I need to figure out how to wire that in with everything else, because it's a weird scheme. The screen works. I don't even know what I'm going to be doing with the screen, and I don't know how I'm going to put the screen on the front of the keyboard. I know where it's going, so I think what we'll do is like a header that it plugs into, because that's easier on me. I just want my keyboard back, you know? All right, 5 wires. We know the path for them too. So let's get this started, huh? This has been what I've been doing. So I use my fingers to do the initial strip. And then when we get to those, maybe I want to use the Radio Shack tool to do it. But yeah, have that. And then we might need a little bit more flux on this, but we have this block here where I tin them. Just trying to show this on camera is the hard part, actually. Oh, that wasn't even part of this. So I'm going to add a little bit of solder to this. Tin the wire. Just make sure that there's solder on that. Then that goes into the pile for when we put it onto the pins. I got to make sure that I'm grabbing the right wires here. The scrap area is expanding. Strip that. Tin it. I can't believe how exhaustive this has been. This has been a lot of work. It's kind of insane. I've had to, because we are reverse engineering the keyboard and not making our own, I've had to do a lot of work to figure out where the rows and the columns were and get that to work in our system. It's been a time. How many is that? 1, 2, 3. This is number 4. What happened to the 5th wire? Oh, it's right there. Am I already losing my mind? I'm losing my mind, chat. It's gone. And it might have happened slowly, but I've lost my mind, so I can't tell. Did I thank Iconic? Yes, I did thank Iconic Bear. I did. And chat hasn't moved in 20 minutes, so... Chat's gonna have a fucking blood clot in their leg. They move so slowly. So seldom and so slow. There they go. They're rolling. Okay, so next step. Next step requires a microscope. Notice me, senpai. I was showing off that wiring thing that you posted a minute ago. Saying I should probably get some enamel wire. All right, so this is where I actually do cave and I start using flux, because flux is really, really nice to have for jobs like this. Really a nice thing to have. So I'm gonna lay down a little bit of flux on the pins that I'm gonna use. Then I'm going to grab this solder. What really helps me in this is the smaller solder. I got slightly smaller solder, and this is giving me a lot more control with these things. They get their wires so neat by taking their time. That's the main thing, is it takes a while to make something like that. And sometimes you got to plan it out where your wire is going to end up. Yeah, well, you know what makes it even easier is just not using such small fucking wire. But here I am doing a soldering skill challenge, and you guys can't even tell because I have such good magnification here. It looks totally, it looks like it's the size of a house on the screen, but I can assure you it's not. I can assure you that this is really quite small indeed. Yeah, this is a 0.3, I think. It's way smaller than 0.4. This is 0.4, the solder. So it's actually been a huge asset. Typically I'd have 0.6, and that's what I used in the past. But I decided to buy different solder, and this project came around at just the right time. There it is, hand maneuvered into place. Next. I gotta trim these down so that they're small enough. Now, I can actually do it after the fact using the scalpel. No, that's actually a good length. All right. Well, if I'm soldering it from this end, it would be a little helpful if it was shorter. So let me just get the blade. God, I'm afraid that one time I'm going to lose this blade and it's going to end up in my body. Yeah. I haven't used the 0.4 on any large stuff yet, but it's been a great asset for the small stuff. Nice and small. Then I put the knife right under my hands. And then this thing here. So, like, you know, I have really, really steady hands, but if you don't have steady hands, it's not going to keep you from doing very small and precise stuff necessarily, because what you can do is stabilize your hands on stuff. And that's typically how I would be doing this work, is I stabilize my... Oh my God. I told you guys my allergies have been going fucking nuts. I don't know what is... I think it's the tree work they're doing or something, but man, I woke up like the puffiest thing in the world this morning, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like, you know, throat scratching and all this other shit that's going on. I'm miserable with allergies. I haven't taken anything yet for them. Allergies have been pretty good over the past couple months. Just today. Let's go down. Let's work downwards. It seems to be easier. Just change the pin that I'm working on entirely. But anyway, if you stabilize yourself and you give yourself kind of advantages on holding things, you can do very small, very precise stuff indeed, even with slightly shaky hands. Now, steady hands are obviously going to be better at that stuff, but you can, I mean, just as long as you work to your own advantage. One sec. Okay. I should have held my breath for that, and I don't know what the verticality of this is right now. Hold things in place with tweezers. I can't use tweezers on these because when I heat up the wire, the jacket squishes. It's really frustrating, actually. Some people love those helping hands. I hate them, personally. It needs to be pushed down a little bit more. Hold on, let me get the knife. Where'd I put that? There it is. I just need this to lay flat a little bit more. I had a cut lead in my foot about a 1/4 inch deep, nothing grab. Took a while for my wife to dig it out. Ow. Sounds terrible. All right, there. Just gave it a little bend so that it lays flat. And then we can just kind of maneuver it into place with the heat right there. It really doesn't appear to be wanting to work with me right now. Oh, and I need to be careful not to go too flat. What's happening here? Well, nothing is what's happening. Why is nothing happening? I mean, I could add a little bit of solder to it, but I don't think that's gonna... I think that's gonna work against me. Oh, wow, that is really vertical. Hold on a sec. I need to push this one down. This one's like way sticking up. If I put my finger on it and I push it down, it's probably gonna ruin both joints. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, nope. Well, it's a little weird, but at least it's flat now. See, we don't have the parallax. We can't see this from the side. Has there ever been a point in time when you've suggested for me to use flux that I didn't violently respond? I mean, do you guys think for like 1 second before you try to backseat the person who's already done a significant amount of wiring? Oh, I really don't like what happened here. Maybe just clean that up. Oh, nope. Okay, I'll start over. Let's start over on that one. Clean. But now I need to put solder on it so that it plays nicely. What's up, Dewey? The first time in about 6 years that a moderator's actually been here. Probably because I'm streaming on my off day. Don't have any goddamn mods anymore. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I got to do this off camera. I got to do the actual tinning of the wire off camera. Oh no, I just cut the solder with the iron. Whoops. Well, there goes that. All right, back over here. And then try to get this as flat as possible. Oh, there's too much solder on the iron. Clean the solder off of the iron. Just roll it into place. Oh, it looked like it's soldered. Oh, because it's not, I'm coming down from too high of an angle. Oh, I almost desoldered the other one. What's that pin doing? What the? Oh, you bastard. You son of a, no! Ah, all my work, all of my work gone. Why? Okay, all right. Take 3, we'll do this, It's what's throwing me off is that I don't have space to lay the wire down flat. I mean, I can come at it from the other side, or I could solder it to the actual transistors themselves, but I'd rather utilize the nice clean contacts that I got sitting right there. Hold on, I gotta take a, no, I probably should have already, no, I already took it, so why is my stomach killing me right now? Weird. Anyway, all right, moving on. I'll do, I gotta tin these again. But the problem is, and you know what, let's come in from the other side, and then I'll do just a little loop around, and then those will go up. So it'll come out this way. That doesn't really work, does it? It should be coming off. The problem is I just can't get them flat to the board. So I guess if I plan ahead and squish the wire down with the knife here, like that, now I can get it flat to the board while holding the wire up. So now I can hold the wire up from here. Now I got to be careful that, because these contacts are not incredibly strong on this substrate. I didn't even listen to that album lately, and the freaking Death of the Prodigy Dancers song is stuck in my head. All right, that, like this. And then I got to come in vertically so I don't melt the wires that I've already got going by here. If I had a little bit more time, I could have just been done all the hardware, and then we wouldn't have even had to do this. There we go. There we go. So pre-bending the wire is the advantage here. I got to use the X-Acto knife, or sorry, the scalpel, to press down the wire and make it sit flat against the vise, and then I'll be able to, solder it in cleanly. Wait, what corrupt? Wait, huh? Do you have backups? Holy shit. 3 weeks of work just corrupted? What the fuck? Ain't that some shit? I'm trying to show this part too. I mean, it's a little blurry, but basically I've just got there's a lot of flux rolling around on this part, so all I need to do is, once I hand strip the wire, I just put it like that, and then I can tin it. But when I do that, the jacket melts. It creates all kinds of problems for me. Then, on this part of the vise, trim the excess. This is the size of the scalpel, by the way. Trim the excess. And then that's not laying flat, so I'll just do press it down like this and lift it up a little bit. And now I got to remember that height because I got to use that to my advantage in order to get this to go down flat. This back in. We are here. We're still out of focus. Focus it in a little bit. All this for my keyboard. All this to get my keyboard working again. Talk about things being a labor of love. This is more of a labor of hate. That didn't even, the solder didn't even want to flow. What's going on here? Rolling the iron is putting a little damage on the PCB, but it's also letting me be precise. Okay, that's number 2. We got like 7 more contacts to do, so buckle up, chat. We got a little bit of work. We got our work set out for us. We're bending that one down in there. There we go. We'll see if we can solder this. Is it out of focus again? Probably because I never got it into good focus. There we go. You're just going into labor. It's not even a labor of love anymore. Yeah. Labor of love is what you tell yourself when you realize all the time you've wasted. That's not, is that pad lifting? That pad might be lifting. Yeah, the whole pad is going. I pushed the pad out of the way. That's no good. So I got to put a finger on that. I'll bend these down this way. I just got to be real careful with that one wire. But that's, oh boy. Might have to drop glue on top of that. That's the first active pad that I've had threaten to come up. Let's get the microscope like up a little bit because it's a little claustrophobic at the moment. So let's move that up because that way I can show a little bit more of what I'm doing. Let's get the thermals back on too. Thermals, properties, deactivate, and activate. There, cool. Now we look professional. So I'm going to bend this to be in kind of the same area as everybody else. I don't know what I'm going to do about this run here. Probably want to just come up like that. Because there's going to be 5 of these wires. They're going to get in everything's way. And that needs to be flipped so that it's nice and clean. Cleanliness is very important here. Especially since I'm going to be using Mark 1 eyeballs to check this whole thing over. It's a total friggin' mess. Total mess. Okay, so we'll go that route. And I'll just leave them there. We haven't taped them down yet. I'm just getting them out of the way so that I can do the other 2. So there's the 2 on that side, and then there's the 2 here. And we need to just pick up all of them and put them into this run. So, hold on, I'm gonna, you know what? The amount of acid that's going on in my esophagus right now, I think is justifying my getting another one of these little acid reduction pills. I don't know why this is happening. I had like just like a sandwich for lunch. Like a normal sandwich. There's enough bread there that it shouldn't, whatever, doesn't matter. Taking it again. Hold. There's a Captain tape on my glass. All right, back to this. 2 to go on this, and then we'll have the backlighting to do after that. And backlighting we'll do with a different color wire. I don't know which one I'll want to use. But we need to open up that area because there's tape over top of the contacts that I need to get to. How am I going to work with this tape? Oh, this tape is everywhere. Now, I'm not gluing anything down until I know that I'm in the right place with everything, you know? I guess I gotta peel these up. I don't like that one moves. That contact is not long for this world. I mean, if push comes to shove, when that one comes up, I can just solder like right here to it. But I don't want to have to do that. Is this just one big piece of tape? It might be. No, wait, there's the seam. Okay, good. Oh, but it might mean that both of these pieces of tape are on top of the wire that I need to get to. I need an alkalized sandwich. I know, right? How does, like... It was corned beef. How's that causing such heartburn? Such strife within my body? It's these two contacts right here. Hopefully these wires kind of stay in place. I mean, most of this is like actually to provide a little bit of strain relief for the wires, because these contacts are not mechanically very good at holding on to anything. They've already seen their fair share of heat. Where am I? Oh, there I am. There I am. Give me this. Nope. Damn it. All right. Well, that's exposing a lot more of the wires than I'd like, but no sauerkraut, no. But there was a Russian dressing on it, but not a lot. It was a corned beef special. So there's also, you know what, it might be the coleslaw causing the heartburn. That's not really typical of what, you know, usually I'm taking a pill to reduce the heartburn, so that's probably part of it. That's probably part of it. All right, so we need to come over here. I need to cut the end of this wire. It's a little bit shorter. Yeah, whatever the substrate is for the coleslaw is very fatty. Whether it be, what do they use? These whole milk or whatever? That's not very well done. Actually, this I can come in flat with anyway. God, this one's a mess, though. I don't know why all my wires are such a mess right now. Look at how clean things were before, you guys. I think it's your fault. I think it's chat's fault. I think you guys did this. This is your fault. You were the ones that messed this all up for me. Yeah, you guys did this. I gotta be really careful of the wire that's just adjacent here, because I really don't want to have to put new wires into this, into those looms that I've already created. I really don't want to. Substrate for the sloth spoken like an engineer. Sometimes it shows. Sometimes it shows rather strongly. Carefully. 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 Okay. That earworm is not going to be going away anytime soon, is it? All right, so I got the wire here and too much lead out on it. That's way too long for that pad, isn't it? Yeah. By a little bit, but let's just reduce it even more. So yeah, to address the question of how they do such clean wiring work, well, you can see right now, it takes time. If I were to get really super neat and organized and not just what you're seeing right in front of you, it would take me even longer. This is it's just time consuming. You got to be very deliberate in every single motion that you're making while doing this. That needs to lay flatter. It's not laying flat enough. And the jacket of the wire is pulling back, which is exposing more, which I don't want. Ugh, frustrating. Yeah, that is not tidy. The more heat I apply to this wire, the worse it's getting. I'm getting annoyed. I'm very angry right now. One of the things that I was doing with the other wires, and I think I need to do it with this one, is dipping it dipping it in the flux thing. So I take the flux syringe and the wire, and then I just splash them together. Why am I unable to do this? Is my depth of field that ruined? Oh, there's a blob of solder on the end of the wire. Give me this back. There we go. I mean, that's been in the presence of flux, so that actually might have done it. But another trick that you can do is to dip the wire in solder paste, and that actually puts just the right amount of stuff on the end of the wire. It's good for these really tiny jobs like I am doing right now. And a little bit of flux just helped get all that solder onto the wire itself. This is a... I think I might have had a better time with motor wire if I had larger motor wire, because it would have been able to run up against itself. The lacquer takes up less space as a jacketing material, and I think it might have just been more malleable for this job, but oh well. Oh well, oh well. LOL. Oh well. L. I'm gonna have to move this entire loom a little bit. Well, no, I can still get to that. I just gotta be really cautious. Let's do it first then. Yeah, a little bit of flux goes a long way, huh? Yep. Nice and clean. All right, so that's the procedure now, is I'm gonna have to dip them in a little tiny bit of flux in order to clean off the end. So I'm gonna start over on this one. Be a little pinchy. Expose that end. Give it a little dippy in flux. Little dippy. Little fluxy. Okay, on that, and then over here, very carefully. Okay, and then the knife, Code Rushed. Nice wire alignment, thank you. Hey, Code Rush, how's it going, man? Good to see you. We're doing, it's not showing right now. I'm over to the left. I'm prepping the wire to go onto that pad. And I'm also burping. Oh my God, that was a very acidic burp. My body seems to be going nuts with this sandwich that I ate. Going well, that's what I like to hear. All right, damn. A little bit of flux went a long way, and I'm hoping that is, I don't think I like what that, it doesn't look right. Let me just put a finger down on that and come back down over here. I guess it went on all right. Yeah, looks okay. Yeah, it's not cold welded. Okay, those go on the same path. Same path, only they're on this side of it, which I guess is okay. Okay. Be careful not to flex the one on the pad that seems to be going. But I do need to get the bend into the metal of these. So putting down a finger and just working the metal over. I got to keep them in the right order. I think they want to flip around. That. Oh, I lost them. No, there they are. I'm like losing the wires that I'm trying to lay down. Oh God, this is a complete fucking mess when it gets out here. Gotta be careful. Which ones am I? Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna put a piece of tape right here just to hold these in this position, because that's where I need to start bending them again. The problem is when I get to the point where I need to take the tape out, I need to keep a finger on this or else it goes everywhere. And then now I have one hand to do the taping. Let's see if we can do that. Do this. I gotta somehow sever the tape. I've run out of hands. Hold on. Do that. You wait right there. Actually, that's staying. Okay, that's staying in place. Good. And then by the time I'm done with whatever work I'm doing with the tape, it like doesn't stick to the board for some reason. I don't know. No. Ultraviolet epoxy. Ultraviolet glue is what I'm going to end up using on this. I'll just put down little tracks of UV glue, and then if I need to do anything with the wires in the future, UV glue just pops off. Yeah, right now the Captain tape is just a temporary hold down. I mean, like a really neat way to do this would be to use motor wires. Motor wires are very clean if you route them correctly. I don't think I'm going to have any choice but to just have this go over top of this stuff, even though that's my precious power input over there. Okay, so that's the 5. They're going up and over, and then they'll eventually join up with the rest of this, the other 500 fucking thousand wires that go to this thing. Hey, at least I'm not doing rows and columns directly to the microcontroller. That would be its own animal. All right, next, these two right here, just this one and this one. Bada bing, bada bingus. These two, it's this one and this one, are for some reason controlling all of the backlighting. So that's a VCC pin, that's a power input pin. Then we have the which one is that? That one would be the PWM pin, and then next to it is a non-PWM pin that controls this gate for some reason. I'm tempted to just put them together, but we have enough pins now that we've done the multiplexing. We have enough pins that we can take both of those back to the main micro. What color wire am I using for these? It's gonna resemble all the other ones. I reserved red and blue for the rows and the columns, even though I am using. No, I'm not using. No, there's a couple blues that are coming all the way back because I did rows and columns, but we use the white wire to be one of the things. That's the, yeah, it's supposed to. That's this right here. So pins 17 and 18 are sharing, and that means that Shift L and Shift R are on row 7, which is row 7 corresponds to, yeah, 18 and 17, pins 18 and 17 right here, because there's no shared pins, and 18 was just responsible for the shift keys, so I just moved them over. And that saved us. We saved a couple pins on that so that we can only have 2 multiplexers running this whole thing. So yeah, it looks like a mistake, but it's actually intentional. Actually saves me quite a bit. God, getting this into the software is going to be quite a thing. I don't know why they did it like this. I mean, if you look at the pins that are used, it's PWM, and then the other one is just P1.1. It's just pin 1.1. So pin 1.1 goes to the top one, but that's not PWM compatible, and so there's a separate pin that runs PWM. Maybe it's just a way the Sonic's microcontroller is organized. Because, like, this one is just specifically called out for PWM. I don't see any of these others being called out for PWM. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the Sonic's microcontroller only has one pin that is capable of pulse width modulation. I guess we'll have to make sure that the Pico Pi does not have such limitations. I'm used to the Raspberry Pis where like almost every pin does PWM. Sorry, not Raspberry Pis. I'm used to Arduinos where almost every pin does PWM. So this is weird to me. But why would you also have an on-off switch? Doesn't not sending anything on the PWM part of the PWM pin? It's weird to me. Maybe they set a PWM and the microcontroller can fuck off and do other stuff, and it just takes time to set the PWM, so they don't want to run it every cycle. It still doesn't make any goddamn sense, because like, why, if you're going to turn it off, that's like an event, and you could just turn it off. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I don't know. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? We could just send PWM to both of these transistors, or I could just put 5 volts right here. Where's my pencil? I can just put 5 volts right here and just use the one, but I guess we'll run both of them just because. I don't know. I guess I want to be kind to my keyboard or something. So those will be... the reason that I'm not using yellow a lot is because this is a different coating material on the yellow wire, and it doesn't play nicely. It doesn't solder the same way. So I've only used yellow to indicate 5 volts on one wire over here. No, wait, no, I stripped that. So yeah, oh yeah, the yellow, there's one yellow wire that comes all the way back to the micro, and that one is the 5 volt supply for the rest of the keyboard. Just because it's the 5 volt supply for the microcontroller from this plug right here. This plug right here is where everything's coming in. That's how it was originally set up, and so then I have USB and power coming, and ground coming all the way up and around. Do I have a ground wire yet? No, I don't, actually. I will have to run one of them. I don't know which one I will run, or from where. Maybe I could just scrape up right here and just run it out and over. Well, let's get the 2 for this thing done, and then we'll do a ground wire. And that'll be basically all the physical pins except for what is responsible for the screen, which I'll go up and over and around, and it's basically just going to curve around this edge and go right here. So I don't know what kind of mechanical stuff I'm going to be doing here in order to mount the screen. I haven't figured that out yet. I have one screen, so, and maybe we'll forget the screen until everything else is done. Okay, so that would be these 2 right here. I'm going to just touch them with flux. Touch my briefs on this. And then we need to look at this. Yeah, I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to do some 3D printing in order to hold everything. 3D printing is a great way to clean up stuff like that, where you would have like your cutout for a screen. If you put a bevel around it, you could 3D print that bevel, and then it ends up being extremely clean looking, which I have done in the past. All right, so I got to connect to these 2, and then I got to send it maybe up along those. Maybe we go down and just straight over, and then up with the rest of these. All right, so what's a good wire color for this? I mean, there's already a lot of flux in that area, so which is a good wire color? I guess I could use red. No. Blue. We'll use blue. There's only a couple blue wires that are leading up to that. So I'll just use blue, and those will be my 2. Now, reconciling what pin is connected to what is going to be a difficult part of this, too. That's going to be a challenge. Where the hell is the end of the wire? What's going on here? Am I dumb? There it is. Found it. Well, if that's blue, it's just going to blend in with all the other blue wires that are over there. Damn it. Bad idea. Bad wire color. Yeah, we did the test with 2 muxes, and so the keyboard worked, and it was speedy. So we're doing 3 muxes, and they're depicted here. The one on top is for the columns. It gets 3.3 volts on its common pin, and then it disseminates that 3 volts to all the rows. I said columns before I meant rows. Oh, ow! Why is my stomach attacking me right now? Holy shit. Wow, that was very painful. Anyway, so the next common pins are actually connected to inputs to the microcontroller, and so the voltage that is asserted by those rows is then read by the columns 2 at a time. So these 2 are working in parallel, and they will read all 8 of the inputs to give us all of the inputs to the system. So that's how it's going to work. I've got code that does that. Stomach's been fighting me for the last few months. Much gastric distress. Yeah, I don't know, man. Apparently this typical normal corned beef special sandwich was enough to take me out. It just like fucking killed me. I'm dead. I'm actually physically dead. I'm no longer alive, and I'm dead. I don't know why. I don't know. It's just sometimes this shit happens. It's not like I have or have not been eating a lot. I've been eating like a normal amount. So I've only had coffee and water to drink. I've had terrible allergies. Maybe that's part of it. What is that? Wait a minute. Oh, it's just a piece of wire. Give me this. Give me this bat. Drop it. I'm talking to my tools like I've been talking to my dog all week. All right, there we go. Now I guess I could run a ground wire from like right here, but mine's been going for about 30 years. Oh my God. I'm talking about the other end, not the diaper end. We're not talking about that end. All right, yeah, 2 more wires. What color? White? Yeah, we'll do white. White wire. Wire. We'll wire. All right, up like that, up and around there. And then I want it to go all the way even past the micro, because I don't know what pins are going to be connecting to what yet. We'll document that when it gets there. We'll document that when we get to that part. Oh, my fucking... The wire slipped off of the... Damn it. This is a problem when this happens. The wire slipping off the spool and then going around the bungee that I have in there. Looks like it's happened to both of these wires. What the heck? What is happening here? No! No! Oh, it's all falling apart before my very eyes. The empire that I've built from scratch is crumbling. Typed in Willow's human, and it brought me here. I found out the other day that Willow is actually the last generation, I think, of the Queen's corgis. I didn't even know that when the name was fronted. I said, Willow, huh, interesting. I mean, that's kind of like that 80s movie that I never saw. But we thought it would be an appropriate name given what her fur's going to do when she grows up. Because her mother has very long hair on her body that sort of goes down, kind of like the willow tree. That was the thought behind it anyway. We have no idea if that's actually going to happen with the dog. But if her cousin is any indication, that should be the way it goes. Sorry, Chad, I'm having trouble talking to you right now because my stomach is deciding to kill me. I've got like hot lava burps that I'm apparently having to deal with. Just having to use my diaphragm to stream and talk to you guys. You guys are like, shut up, streamer. We're just here to watch the wiring. Whew, okay, a little better. All right, so these will be my backlighting pins. For some reason, that's got to take up 2 pins. It really only needs 1 PWM. Who knows what's going to happen noise-wise when all of these PWMs start popping off. It should be okay. I really hope there's not noise in the keyboard signaling. But all these lines are on top of one another, so. What up, Groovy? Yeah, apparently everybody in chat and myself is dealing with heartburn today. There's a Valentine's Day, like, festival kind of thing. Not really festival, it's just like a club thing that the Philadelphia people do for Valentine's Day. It's called Heartburn. You're shitting me. No, we're talking about the other end. I already corrected Chester on that one. Wrong end. It's not that end. This is pissing me off. Why is this happening? I think it's because of the way that it's pressing down on the... That's weird. Okay. I have no hydrate redeem, so here's a fart. Yeah, I don't have stuff that makes you guys make me do things. I know what the score is on Twitch. I don't like to enable you guys to do stuff to me, you know? God, that's tough with that capacitor right there. Well, that capacitor doesn't even need to be there. Get out of here, capacitor. Nobody fucking asked you anything. Give me this. Oh, it's Trumple Foreskin. the oddly still relevant weird Twitch username. Where did the little excess piece of solder go? I could really use that right now. What did I do with it? All right, it's gone. I guess it's gone. It's fine. It's fine. It's, you know what? Whatever. Whatever. In spite of our pleas for basic humanity, that screen name is still relevant. Please just go away. Not the user I'm talking about, the namesake. All right, give me the capacitor. You're not allowed to have the capacitor anymore. Give me the capacitor. Let go. Please, let go. Ugh. Because one of these is connected to ground, it represents a very large heat sink, because there's a lot of copper on the ground connection, which is why I'm having, oh yeah, see, now I can't, oh, the soldering iron also turned off. You gotta have a soldering iron that's actually powered on, but you can see the heat dissipating on the thermal camera, how it's kind of spreading out. I've just not been able to move this. I don't think it's glued. There we go. Oh, it lifted the whole pad. Oh, very nice. Charming. I'm charmed. Oh, man. These pads are not strong. These are very weak pads. Okay, there. So, now I got a little bit of space to work. I really want to do the hat trick. I'm just going to clean the solder off of these two. I got to be pretty careful in this area, though, because this is all the professional work that I did off camera. I don't want to ruin any of it. I can't really do anything for those. Leave them alone. Okay. 2 wires going in right here. I had a little bit of flux. I don't know if I really added anything there. There's not an excess of flux. It's just whatever dregs were on the tip of that thing are now here. Push down. Uh-oh, careful. Okay, all right. Little joking around, haha. Wait, that's power. That's the one that I want. Okay, careful. That would potentially blow up the Raspberry Pi, because it would send 5 volts into the Pi. Hello? I think I was just holding this over top. I don't think that was actually touching anything. There you go. It's one of them. Now I gotta prep the other one. Where's my wire? There it is. Okay, long wire, short time. So do this, pluck the wire off the end, flux syringe, wire, insert one into the other. Hello? One into the other. I don't really, hold on, I gotta advance the flux on this thing. There it is. Okay, now I know that flux is definitely getting on it. Okay. And take the iron and the little bit of solder that I've got on this pad over here and attach one to the other. And then cut it so that it is not excessively long. This one is, but I can just do this. Hello? There it goes. I found an old school machine box thing. Hadn't been touched in 20 years. AA batteries still had power. How the hell? Yeah, those will shock. Chemical batteries will shock you. Some, well, not shock. I don't mean to. They are shocking. No, that's still bad. Yeah, chemical batteries will surprise you sometimes. Old school ones, at least. Oh yeah, I gotta cut the excess off of this one too. Just do this real quick. Streaming is a lot like when I'm talking to my dog. I'll do all the weird voices and stuff to the dog. I'm sitting here streaming like, "Who's your puppy?" All right, gotta just very carefully maneuver my fingers and get that soldered right there. Radio Shack brand battery. Like I've seen more than a couple of those in my day. This is like a big lantern battery. There's like hairs and stuff all over this. I don't know what's going on here. I look like I live in filth. I'll put my worst impressions forward for this stream. What the? Did I don't know if I even applied solder to the end of it. I did, didn't I? Oh, I did. Try again. Oh, now there's an excess of solder. Surely that's not going to bite me in the ass. But actually, what the? Is it not flat? Is that what's going on? I'm beside myself right now. Hold on. Press this down with a pair of tweezers. Make sure that we are sitting flat on the board. Get back in here with the iron. Yeah, that was the issue. I could fully get my iron under it. Hello? Is that, it's not attached, it just melted. The two jackets have melted together. That scared the fucking shit out of me. God damn it. Yeah, the pad next to it is now lifting. Great. What does the pad next to it even do? It just goes over here. So I think it's okay, but I just check that and with a knife. Because I think it's soldered down. Yeah, that pad lifted and then it attached itself over here, which I don't want, but this pad over here is also threatening to lift. So I think I'm just going to leave it alone. And if that one is only going doot to doot, where is that one going? I don't really want to move these because they could threaten to harm the... I think it's going to here, but that looks like it eventually goes to something important. I don't think it goes to any rows or columns. It shouldn't. It's probably more to do with this thing over here, U203. So the question is, do I try to sever it, or I could try to sever it down here, but that's silly. I could just hit it with a little bit of solder and it would probably go away. Now it looks like it's not attached. Because there's no. I think it's attached down here. If I just run this like this. Well, hopefully that doesn't blow everything up. Why is that thing fighting me so much, though? That's weird. Okay, so we're just going to settle for that. And I will bend this way. Between the two transistors that it is controlling? Okay, sure. Okay. I'll just go over this way and then join up with all its friends. We'll try to, let me get a piece of tape down on that. Actually, I'll peel up this piece and just have it alongside. Careful now. Gimme. When you work with stuff this small, everything fights you. Everything. Everything is always fighting you when you work with this size of thing. You just gotta have a lot of patience for the kind of bullshit that you're gonna have to tolerate. I guess we'll go over top of the switch. I didn't want to do that, but I literally can't. I can't go anywhere else with it, so. All right, now I gotta go under that. So I guess we're doing that same maneuver as before, huh? Oh, that's not even the right one. which one is the right piece of tape? Hold on a minute. This is getting out of control. Wait a second. No, wait a minute. Give me this. No. This tape is like refusing to stick too. Oh, then that goes everywhere. Everything is fighting. Fighting. Okay. Just give me the whole piece of tape. You failed. You failed. Give me this back. Jeez. Okay, new piece of tape. And then I'll arrange all these wires next to one another. And then I'll put the tape back. This will be so much easier when I UV glue all the wires down. Because when I do that, I'll just remove one piece of tape at a time and then put a track of glue where the tape was, and the wires won't move around that much because they're already anchored in multiple places already. Okay, all right. Just go right on top of that. There. That's all the LEDs. I still don't have a ground wire connected. How weird is that? Okay, let's go to the other camera. You guys can see what I have to deal with over here, which is a huge mess of wires. A big old mess of wires. And some of them are going in directions that I don't want them to. All you LED ones come with me. That wasn't all of them. This one. Oh my God, this thing is frustrating. I'm gonna throw this thing across the room is what I'm gonna do. Okay, there we go. Got all those. Except for the two right here. So I've gotten everything but ground. Let's get all of these connected to pins. And as we connect them, I need to make notes of what's connected to where so that we can translate that into the software and it'll run everything properly. Questions. Let's see. So I wanted to have a little bit of excess wire here so that I could lift up the microcontroller if I need to. It's not going to be something that's going to happen right away, but it might be something that I need to do eventually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run all these wires from the bottom of the microcontroller. Maybe I can put like a zip tie or something between those two holes. All these wires from the bottom of the microcontroller and then turn them to the pins that they need to go to. We can do this cleanly though. We can do this much cleaner than what I've already got going right here. Oh my God. This is so many connections. So many connections. Unfortunately, I mean, I didn't do it where I would be able to access the reset button from under the keyboard. I don't know if I need to do that or not. I think the only time I really need to be able to access the reset button is... Oh, there's that piece of scrap wire, or scrap solder. I accidentally I accidentally cut the solder a little short. So, so there it is, your little piece of solder. I'm just gonna throw this out. I don't need it. I don't need it. So my question is, should I move this up to where it'll be accessible from the bottom, from underneath the keyboard? Because there's already a hole. Right now the microcontroller sits right here. And if I move it a little bit, it can be visible under this, but I think the height of it, I think it'll collide with the plastic here. So maybe that's not such a hot idea. I don't know if I need to be able to access this button or not. I mean, if I really need to access the button, maybe I can do some weird circuit shenanigans, right? I can somehow find out where the dip switch lines meet up with the microcontroller and wire a button right where the dip switch goes, and then I can unsolder this or tap into the reset button elsewhere on the Raspberry Pi Pico. I think there's a pin where it's run out. I think the run pin is the one. Possibly this pin right here is actually the reset button. I don't know though. Or I could just get the two contacts from, it's actually the boot select button, huh? There's also a keyboard shortcut for resetting though. Resetting the micro. It's a big confusing debate of what I should and should not do. My chat is completely catatonic, so I can't. I don't have any feedback right now. They know not to talk when I'm doing wiring projects. Wait a minute. And dead. Yeah, some of them are dead. Probably should check on them a little bit more. I didn't give them much air. There's a lot of hydrocarbons running around. I wonder if can this stuff act as like a little wire holder? Nah, not really. Well, kind of. I mean, that's pretty far apart from one another, those two wires. I was wondering if I could put down just like a little bit of this stuff, and it'll just the 3M dual lock, and it'll hold the wires. But I don't think that's very reliable. Huh. It kind of holds on to them. We'll use glue. All right, so the question remains, what do I need to do with, and I've got this excess of wire here too. So like this is gonna have to plug in there, and there's just gonna be all this rattling around under there. I guess it'll be okay. Yeah, I don't have a clue either. That's why I'm wondering. We'll leave it the way it is, where it is. But so at this point, if I attach that there, where it's going to fall in between these two pieces of plastic, then I will have cut the wires to length for that installation, and I will be frustratingly close to where I can position the status LED and the reset button. I'm going to leave it where it is, because I think if I put it here, this doesn't close properly, and then it rattles. I mean, push comes to shove, I guess I could cut that window out. I could cut that, and it'll give it a little bit more height in this area, and then that could be positioned there. But if it's not going to be ever used, why do it? Why do it? And if I'm going to be reflashing the keyboard, it's easy enough for me to pop off all the snaps and do it. Or if it gets to be like that, I guess I could just drill a hole in the plastic so that I can get to it. Thumbs up from Satan, yeah. Okay, wires to the main microcontroller as it lies. Play it where it lies. Which means I don't need this spool to be in the way anymore so that I can have more maneuverability of my keyboard. Now I still need to do the I2C for the screen, but we're gonna ignore the screen for now. We'll get to it. I need more hardware to be installed to get to the screen. Screen's gonna require me to install stuff, so we'll give that one a minute. I am still wondering if I can use the what do you call it? the Cherry MX stabilizers on this board. This has Corsair stabilizers, and they snap in from the back, or rather, you can unsnap them from the back. But I can get those out, and I can replace them with the Cherry ones, and I don't know if those are compatible or not. I gotta look that up. I have all the hardware for it upstairs. I just forgot to bring it down today. All right, so we got 1,000,000,001 wires, and we're gonna try to make this nice and clean. So most of these things are going to be taking a turn right there and going up and along this. Now this is in crooked. I could fix that later. What's up, Camara? How to fix a pair of Bose QC35-2 headphones on YouTube. Man, I have no shits to give. I don't know. I don't know. What's wrong with them? Usually with headphones, it's one of the wires. It's usually just a wire that comes loose, right? And so you got to find that wire, and then you got to unloosen it. You have to either solder a new wire in, which isn't terrible, or, you know, jump around it in some way. But you got to take the whole damn thing apart first. Unless it's some other big problem. Yeah, you got to find out how to either unsnap the plastic or get at the, I'm trying to get like this organized and it's just not happening. Okay, I gotta scrape up the USB pins on the Raspberry Pi. So it'll be those two right there. They're very easy to get to. What I'll do is I'm just going to reveal the copper, and then that'll give me a place to solder the two wires that represent USB. So let's get the knife. And this is where we're doing irreversible damage to our $4 microcontroller. Where do I want to put it? It'll be easier to solder right here, I think. So we'll just put it right here. Put it there, boss. There's where I can hook up the switch if I want to have a, if I want to use the, yeah, if I have to, I guess I could just hook up my own switch. It's not like we haven't modified this in any way. I do like to take more of a systems engineering approach and have the microcontroller entirely replaceable, but if I need to do that, at least all the wires will be in the right spots. Yeah, what we're doing is we are dealing with the consequences of our own actions. I spilled a drink on my keyboard and it blew up the microcontroller. So while this does represent more than I think $200 worth of my time, I've been meaning to do a custom keyboard style project. And so suddenly I've got all this keyboard hardware sitting right in front of me with no brain. So we're replacing the brain with a Pico Pi and using QMK, which is the quick mechanical keyboard software that everybody is in love with. Those mechanical keyboard weirdos are all about it. So might as well give it a shot. Yeah, what's going on with the headset? Because you gave me no information. A little bit more information. We could maybe make a determination of what you're in for. A penny or a pound. Or a pound of pennies. Or a penny pound. Kind of like a dog pound. Out of my way, wires. All these wires everywhere, man. You think this is some kind of a wiring project? Buys wireless headphones, opens up wires. Damn thing is full of wires, and they said it was wireless. What the hell? I'm trying to bamboozle me. I specifically bought wireless. Where is my flux? What has happened to it? Where is it gone? Is it okay? Is it safe? My beloved? There it is. Spilled whiskey, aka H2O. On a gaming laptop. Oh man. like to say that I can't get parts for the motherboard. You know, laptops used to be so much more fixable. I had this old laptop that I loved because it wasn't, I didn't ever use it as a computer. It was actually just always broken. I just had the motherboard kicking around because I was able to get parts off of it. Like I was able to desolder actual parts off of the laptop board. A couple of them were temperature readout devices, and what they would do is let you use just a diode. You would just put a diode in the circuit, like sitting on the circuit board, and that was your temperature probe. All right. Well, okay, that didn't solder at all. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you ever replace DDR3 RAM slots? No. That sounds excruciating. I mean, use a hot air for that kind of thing, right? I'm trying to hold these wires out of the way while I tin these two pads. Two pads are such jerks. Let me keep it. I still have it. Oh, God. But you're in Sweden. I appreciate you guys wanting to send me stuff, but like you're a billion miles away, and UPS would be laughing the whole entire way with all of our money. That's the only problem with that. Yeah, they're pads now. I mean, what do you want? What do you want me to do? They're pads. These are now pads. I'm trying to drown them in solder so that I get some adhesion. There we go. I mean, I exposed plenty of the copper. I don't know why these aren't cooperating. Maybe just because they're big. Dude. Yeah, the other part of it is I don't want people's garbage. You know how many power supplies people offer to me on a weekly basis? Hey, man, you want this power supply? No. No, I don't. No, I don't want your power supply. I don't want it. I just simply don't want it. I don't have any use for power supplies here. I use power supplies plenty, but I don't need them. Everybody gives them to me. I don't want them. Okay, USB. Oh boy. What's the order here? It's plus, D minus, D plus, ground. So which one of these is ground? The one closest to me looks like it's not ground. No, okay, that's 5 volts coming in on. No, wait a minute. Yeah, V bus. V bus is the top pin. So that's V bus right there. And then right next to that would be D minus. So then V plus is over here. D minus is right there. That one runs down. D minus is the, Let's look at the Sonics chip. Hold on. No, and look, I have expensive power supplies. I don't trust people's derelict power supplies in my projects. Like, what am I supposed to, USB, VDD, VREG, DIN, data, and DN and DP. So this would be plus. This would be minus. It doesn't seem like it's those pins. So it would be DP. I mean, DP would be differential positive, right? I don't know why the other one's N. That doesn't make any sense, acronym-wise. Oh, it looks like I missed the pins. I'm one pin over. Son of a bitch. Well, the purple wire is technically, in this case, the purple wire is the negative. No, yeah, negative, right? Yeah, negative and positive. Purple wire is the negative. Isn't the white wire supposed to be D minus? Hold on. I need to move those two wires over. They're in the wrong spot. But USB wire color. I don't have green, so I used purple. Sometimes these switch, though. White wire, positive. Data plus, white wire. White wire, data plus. Blue, okay. Data minus. Okay, so DP is the white wire. Okay, so I can just move those straight over. Move those straight over. Yeah, I don't know why so many people are weirded out by my use of paint. I needed a scratch page. I've been reverse engineering stuff for a long time. You don't need like a CAD software in order to just take notes, you know? Y'all have grade A computer addictions. You need to wean yourself off of these specialized tools. Yeah, I need to hold this down. I think I need to be able to like really press that down in order to get that solder to. Nope, it's all fucked. Okay, there we go. Ugh. Ah! No, don't melt the other wires. Jesus. Wait, what the? Did I? Ugh. I messed it up. No, no, no. I need you to be there. It's not. It's not. Probably needs a little flux in the area to help it. But I'm losing the jacket of the wire. It's starting to disintegrate from all the heat. It turned off. Damn it! Soldering iron. No wonder nothing was happening. Yeah, GIMP is good if you need to do actual video or actual image editing. That's what I use to make all my emotes. I don't need a Photoshop plugin to do pixel art. All right, and get this one over. And why would I use Altium when Eagle is just free? Yeah, the problem is moving it has lifted it a little bit, so I need to get it to solder back onto the pad. That's not even the pad. It's that one right there. I just don't have I don't have a little, I can't get a little tiny manipulator in there to just push that down a little bit. Actually, wait, that'll do. That'll do. Will do just fine. The other problem being that these are the size of the pins. I think I need to move that over a little bit. It's a little close. Beautiful. Yeah, you know, and I've learned GIMP over the years. It's just everything's just a little bit different from Photoshop. Going back to Photoshop would probably be a little weird for me. This is sticking up. What is going on there? Yeah, it's like sticking up. I need to get in there again. Oh, that is hideous. What happened? Nope, 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 nope. You stay away from that pin. It's a bad influence. Is it still sticking way up? I think I've stopped caring. I think I don't care anymore. Boy, it's going to be hell to make sure that all these connections are done properly. I probably have to go back over a lot of stuff. But, oh boy, that was annoying. Okay, so we know which one is D minus and D plus. The minus and the plus. Make sure my wires are down. And then those are coming up there. And they're going over there. And then they, oh boy. Then they go off into oblivion. I don't know where they are. So these two right here. These are basically going up the middle. That's why I'm doing them now. Let's take all these and let's straighten them. So all these are going straight up now. Don't tell me. You really want to love me for... Hey! Photopia. I never even heard of it. You guys, like, keep giving me these options and I'm not even looking for any of them. You know? I get, like, all this input after the fact. Alright, so that there, this there. Just trying to comb the hair of my project here. Damn, those are some long wires. Okay, so he's going like this. Right into the middle. Right into the middle. Right up the center. See if I can't keep them organized. Because I'll have everything branch out from these. Right there. And then I guess I'll use the cutters on that. I do, and I almost never use it. I don't have like a big professional one. I just have a like a dumpy DIY kit that I made. That's not really, I don't do anything with it, you know? I don't need it. Probably will use it a little bit more if we get to audio stuff. That seems to be when the function generator will really come into fruition. This is going to be extremely frustrating, this part of the wiring. This part of the wiring is the part that's really going to get on my nerves because I don't have an extremely clean way to set down all these wires and to get them solderable. It ends up becoming a big mess, and I'm not too excited for the big mess that I'm about to make. At least a lot of these connections are big. The ones that I'm about to do are not, but all the other ones are. So I'll have that advantage and that alone. We'll do the LED wires first because they're right in my freaking face. They're just getting right in my way. I guess I'll do a ground wire last because I'm still aware that it needs a ground wire. This is not even stripped. I tried to get as little as possible off of it. I don't do amateur radio stuff, so. I have no depth of field. Okay, there. There's absolutely no depth of field in what I'm doing. I know a lot of radio stuff. I just haven't had those projects on my radar. But yeah, I bought this little project function generator. We built it for a stream. It was a fun little stream, and now I'm able to make some very rudimentary, very low frequency rudimentary functions to do blank with blank. I don't have any use for it. Yeah, this is one of those tasks. One of those tasks. Unenviable indeed. Purple was white was D+. Yeah, white was D+, which is here. So these have to swap. I need one over the other. So this one actually goes to the top. Because D+ is next to ground, and then it goes D- and then positive. So that goes there. Do some analog stuff. I know analog is fun, but the only analog that I think we would have in the near future, the near future isn't even, I wouldn't even consider the near future near, audio stuff with my microphone pack and getting the microphone pack separate from the VST plugins that I use, because that's something that I need to do. Great to see you build your own ADSB receiver. Well, you know, I know you guys have all these ideas for projects that I should do, but I am overwhelmed by the projects that I already have in front of me that I need to do. We got to get that board working again. The problem is the wire now has height to it and it's sticking up above the board. I'm trying to lay it down flat. But I don't want to manipulate the jacket of the wire near where I'm soldering, because that will end up melting. Also, how much fucking legal trouble will I get into fucking around with ADSB? Like, wait a minute. No, I've already done that. I've already done that. I have an antenna in a bin, and I hooked it up to a Raspberry Pi that was connected to the internet, to the network here. And I was able to remote into the Raspberry Pi, and I think I received some ADSB, but it was as easy as just running somebody else's software. Yeah, for like flight information in the area. The problem is I can't share that with you guys. It's like directly doxing. How's that? I mean, it's, you know, why am I not heating the soldering iron over a wooden stove? Is that also cheating? Like, you got to use tools in order to do stuff. So I just did a Raspberry Pi. I don't think I prepped these wires. Did I? No, I prepped this one. Hello, solder. Hello. What is, it's not soldering at all. Why is it doing that? The other one went fine. There you go. Oh, no, 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 no. Too far. Please move away. Okay, that looks attached. Melt the solder by rubbing my hands, yeah. Yeah, that's on there, right? Okay, cool. Well, that's the USB hookup. It's not the best hookup ever. All the other hookups will be better than that, but maybe at least just get things started with that. How are the wires going to be going together? I don't know. I kind of want them to lay flat on this, but I don't know if I can do that in the end. It'd be nice if they all were just, if I could just glue them all right here, right across here, so that they all sit flat. I guess we'll make the LEDs wires sit flat. We have a lot of stuff to do with the board. We have a lot of improvements to do on the board itself. We're going to run Clipper and then get into that through, I guess, an API that exists. So, people are still subbing. I don't, what are you talking about? Okay, we're done there. So now we need to look at how this stuff is going down. So, of the things that I have, let's get this. This is what I thought was here. I thought it was some kind of a Darlington, but it's not. It is just a normal but weird circuit. Put that right about there. Yeah, hopefully 3 volts will trigger that. Otherwise, I got issue. Chat, you need to make sure that your jokes are actually funny for me to interpret them as jokes. All right, what do we got? I mean, we got all the RGBs. Oh, Chimera, thank you for the gift subs. 5? Oh my god. That brings you to a grand total of 10. I appreciate that very much. Look at all that. You guys can thank Chimera Swede. The gift subs make it funny. Okay. Money has changed hands. I got no complaints. I can stick to this wiring, or I could just make it up as I go. Yeah. We'll count it for that. Yeah. That's the deal. You're right. You're absolutely right. So, because I need to, basically, this is not going to be the way this goes down either. That's all going to get rearranged. Especially due to the fact that I don't have the enables anymore. So then the rest of these, I'm going to have to figure out where they end up. So we'll just move them down here for now. 5 volts and the 3v3 we will hook up. Those are the easy ones. So let's get started, huh? If you think ASICs are shoes, you may not be an engineer. Okay, that's this one. Got a couple you might not be an engineer jokes modified from Jeff Foxworthy's routine. See, citing your source is what makes you an engineer, I guess. It instantly, it like sands off any of the funny from the jokes. You don't have to tell me that they are derivative of the Foxworthy routine, the redneck routine, because then that just makes it as unfunny as that fucking whole comedy show. Desert. Spelled dessert wrong. All right, anyway, you guys stop trying to be funny because you're just chat. I would just leave the humor to me. Heard that the new generations of teetsies, raspberries are on the way. I mean, so this Pi Pico is relatively new, and a lot of people are having trouble finding them. Now, there's a wireless version of it too, but this Raspberry Pi Pico is a pretty powerful little platform here, to the degree that I don't even know what projects I would want it to do. As a microcontroller, it's pretty nice though. I haven't messed around with Python in it. All I've done is QMK. This is the first project that has actually had any sort of possibility of needing this platform. And the only reason it does is because it is way too bloated to run on an 8-bit microcontroller, even though we've had keyboards going back into last century. Apparently now we need 32-bit processing in order to run our keyboards. It's ridiculous. But anyway, the reason that I'm using this one in particular is because there's a lot of pins on it. I thought we'd get away with running all the rows and columns directly, but nope. A lot of pins on it, a lot of speed, and it's able to run QMK, and it is a $4 microcontroller platform. So with the ultra super duper Raspberry Pi being $4, in spite of it being way overspec'd for everything, might as well go with it, because it's not like it's a lot of skin off of my teeth. Wait, that's not even the right, that's not even the right, okay. 5 volts and 3 volts and ground. Well, we need a ground pickup somewhere. I don't know where we're gonna get that from, because we'll do 5 volt, 3 volt ground, and then we can move down to do the LEDs. Let's see here. So I don't got nothing for ground. I mean, these chips already have ground on them like that. I guess I can run a wire from, I'll run a wire from there. So let's do over here. Well, so the Raspberry Pi Pico board that we chose is running every single GPIO to a pin. We're not missing any here. It's not like the chip can handle any more than that, which is why we've had to use these muxes, which is fine. We'll make the ground connection here. I don't suspect we're pumping a lot of current through this whole thing, so... Is that wire going to be long enough? That has to go all the way up to the... Yeah, that's going to be long enough. Oh, God. I'm not even going to read these jokes. You don't know. You guys don't get any say in what I do in this stream, all right? I'm taking control back. I'm putting my foot down, finally. I had to put my foot down about some dog training stuff that was going on, and for some reason, I need to make like a tearful plea for humanity for people not to make the dog care and ownership more complicated. I don't know. I don't understand why I need to fight 6 times harder to keep the dog eating on the schedule that she already was. Like, she didn't. She has open feeding. It's like the dog will just eat. We don't need to. We don't need to like do a dinner time. And all the reasons that people cite are like the dog will become obese. I'm like, but it's a little potato. And actually, the breeder for these dogs is saying that she had trouble with the dogs not having a lot of weight until she went to free feeding, and then they all were nice and properly plump. Not plump. I shouldn't say plump. But I just don't understand why people wanted to like go to a scheduled mealtime with a dog that's too smart, and I'll start getting really demanding. That was a whole big thing. I had to really like fucking fight in order to get people to just see regular reason. You know? The only problem with doing this is that it's directly connected to ground. I don't have any kind of like a heat relief on this. So it might be better if I got the larger soldering iron to try to do this. I think that's how I originally soldered these. These are like really attached. I don't know if I need to go. Yeah, I think I do. Let me get a larger tip on this thing so that we get enough heat in there so that I can actually place this wire. We use, this might be overkill, but I think it'll work. I think that it'll work. We'll see. These are luckily, these dip packages are large enough that I can get this iron in there. The entire iron. Okay, careful, careful. Boy, that needs, I think I need flux to hold the heat in. Yeah, this might be a mistake. Because, like, I'm not getting good. All right, hold on. I get more air into my lungs. I don't want to desolder that thing right next to it because that one doesn't have the entire motherboard on it. That'll just melt. Was that it? I think it was starting. There it goes. No, apparently not. God damn it. All right, a little bit of flux. Flux will hold in the heat. Maybe. It'll at least just make it smoky. Wow, did that immediately flow over the whole thing? Oh, no, it didn't. No. No, no, everything's wrong. Okay, all right. We got to get ourselves out of this one. We got to get ourselves out of this one, chat. It's soldered perfectly to the pin that I didn't want it to. Ow, that was hot. Okay, remove a little bit of solder from this thing. The problem is this is a big heat sink. It's actually taking up all the heat. So if I bring in the solder wick, I don't think that'll help me. That's going to actually kind of hurt. Well, it didn't do anything, which I guess is okay. Let's just try the solder sucker then. Okay, that did it. This tool is very large, and it is a little bit unwieldy. But if I'm careful, I can make it work. I still see a little bit of solder in there that I don't want. Yeah, this might be this iron tip and this location might be cursed. I might have to pick up my ground at a different location. I'm gonna have to fix this, the smaller iron, when I come back in. But maybe we can just, here, let me clean the tip off a little bit. I had stuff floating on the end of it. I'm just trying to get a good ground connection right now. Let me make sure there's solder on the wire before I go in there. Okay. All right. Take number 12. God. What the heck? Now I'm just doing worse and worse with this. We'll come back and fix that in a second. Where else can I pick up a ground? I mean, I can pick it up off of the LED directly, but I really don't want to do that. And I don't want to... no, this is the place. This is the place that I should be doing it. In my mind, anyway. All right, let's do this then. Please. What the heck? Why? Okay, I'm not getting anything from this. I'm gonna like put solder on the wire. Make sure that there's plenty of that stuff right there. I'm dipping the wire in flux. Dip it, dip it, dip it, go. And then, ugh, that power connection is just right in the way, isn't it? I could move it temporarily, but yeah, it is right in the way. I gotta move it. I gotta move it. I just repair it. I gotta not have it hit the down button. All right, there we go. Yeah, I have a little dog dirt container, like carrying thing. It's just a little plastic bag dispenser that has a flashlight on it. And for some reason, the flashlight uses the weirdest size of coin cell. And like, we got this thing, and like one of the batteries was like super corroded. So it's like, all right, I'll just put a new battery in it. And it's like, what the hell size battery is this thing even taking? It's some weirdo thing. Like, why doesn't it just recharge? Why doesn't it just have like USB or, you know, have a lithium ion cell in there? That make no sense. This is not happening. I don't think I can do anything with this. It's just not cooperating. I mean, I've crushed the wire, or I've crushed the solder down, but there's no like connection. The heat's just not getting into it. I don't know. Is there like a solder spike that I left behind right there? Ah, that's really annoying. All right. I'm just making sure there's not a big spike sticking up from that. Like, I'd like to flow over that pin. For some reason, I just can't get my heat in there. That just desolder something? No, I gotta be careful of where the iron is, because it's very big for this application. The reason I'm using such a big one is that this is directly connected to ground, and all of my heat keeps going to the board substrate instead of the pin and the solder. Yeah, it's just heating up like instantly. I'm not going to touch this. That's a cursed spot. What other cursed spots do we have? I mean, I could probably pick up on a ground like up here. One of these. Any of those connected to ground? Looks like that one has its own row. I wonder what else is on that row. D111, huh? Those all go. It looks like one row, like there are locations on the row that are dedicated to the dip switch, which is a little odd. And those are all maybe on a column. I don't know, but they do go to some of these diodes over here. Whatever. Don't need it. Don't need it. Not included. None of those are ground because those LEDs, none of that part of the LED setup goes to ground. Yeah, none of those go to ground. Oh my God. The LED itself does go to ground, but I don't really want that to be my main pickup for ground. New sanitizer dispensers of a coin cell in the refill bottle instead of the device taking the regular D batteries. What? I know one, like the guy who invented one of those systems that does I think it's paper towel dispensing optically, apparently made like $1 gazillion off of his idea, and he'll periodically post pictures of him going on helicopter trips with his dog on Reddit because he flies helicopters. And you'll see this cute dog in the passenger seat of a freaking helicopter. You're like, who is this guy? Apparently he did an AMA at some point. The guy made his riches on public bathrooms, which is pretty crazy. You know, we all wish we had that idea, the $1 billion idea that we all have within us somewhere. That'll get us rich enough to take helicopter rides with our dog. I'm gonna connect power because I need a win. I need a win right now. I'm getting frustrated. So let's take this power line, the only yellow wire, because I hate working with this yellow wire, and I'm going to cross over the USB over the USB, and just come up alongside it and get it all the way up to right here. This is what supplies all of the various power systems in this keyboard. So we'll just do one of those, and that'll be power right there. So we just cut that here. And then this stuff, I think I can pinch it. Yeah, okay, that still worked. Maybe we should use this a little bit more. I just know that the yellow wire has a weird material on it that annoys me. Even if I had $1 billion idea, I have 20 bucks of business savvy. Crazy the kind of contracts companies get. Part of the contract states that if you don't use their products in these dispensers, they reserve the right to remove all dispensers. How do you even get that language into a contract? That's crazy. Okay, gotta remember to breathe. Hold on. I said all that stuff, and then I leaned forward to try to put a little tiny bit of flux on this wire tip, and I didn't have any oxygen in my system. That was weird. One of these days, I'm just gonna like fucking pass out while I'm working. Alright, what is the tip that we were using? We were using this one. I gotta replace the iron. Ooh, that was a... You see a little bit of warmth on my finger where I almost got a very severe burn. I was looking at my hand position. I was like, not good. Not a good idea. Nice and hot. All right. Ready to go. That'll just go there. So I just need a little bit of solder there. Oh wait, there was flux on that. I just got flux on my hand. Great. Make sure my iron's on. All right, this pin right here. I did some clever stuff with this Pi Pico. I mean, they've got the little half moon pins here, just in case you want to put this on a PCB flat. I don't know if I'd trust that, but could use it. Where am I? There I am. A little bit of solder there. I think I already pre-tinned this, right? So this thing goes right there. God, the jacket pulling back from the wire is the worst part about this So I think $2 of magnet wire that I bought might be superior. The reason I'm using my hands here is because it's the tweezers will crush the jacket. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. We do this one by one until we're done. The slower we do it, the more neat and organized it'll be, and the less of an aneurysm I'll have when looking at it. And what did I just do? I have to really watch all the little cutoffs that I'm doing here. No, not fast and ready. Slow and steady. The only 3-volt hookup we have is this red wire. That one runs all the way. No, it isn't. Never mind. The 3-volt supply. Yeah, that is. The 3-volt supply is the red wire. It's coming off of the first mux. And in spite of the sloppiest connection known to man right there, that one needs to be run to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins down. So we take this and we kind of filter the wire around until we can get it on this side. Yeah, because this is where everything gets disorganized, is coming up here. Oh my God, that is some extreme heartburn. What the hell is wrong with me? Can I recommend any chip for PS2? Hold on. PS2 to USB active conversion. No. Man, I got no idea. I have no idea about that kind of stuff. All right. 5 volts VSys. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what VSys is. I guess that's on the other side of the diode. 5 volts VSys ground. Oh, this is square. Ground. 3-volt enable. Do we have to run 3-volt? I got to check on that one. 3-volt enable, 3-volt out. That's the one we want. And all that's going to do is supply all of the rows with the power that they need. It's the one, it's the little Amogus that has little spikes coming out of their head. Take apart one of the old dongles. Yeah. What do they have in them? Do they actually have an active chip inside of them? I guess they have to. Never knew about that. Ugh, hate it when I do that. There we go. I'll just prep that one, and then we'll reunite it with its Amogus. Where's the wire? There it is. The LED wires are just perpetually in my way. We still have to figure out how we're doing ground. I don't know. Give that a second to propagate. That's the word I was looking for. What the? Oh, I left a big blob of solder on this? Clean that up. All right. That's our next connection. I have the same problem with the resolution of this microscope. Like when I burn myself on the iron, you can hold a little funeral for the individual skin cells that you've burnt. You can see everything. You see everything. I've seen it. I've seen everything. Oh, wow. I left an excess of that wire. Oh, well. All right. Ground. I need to do ground. This is like looming over my head. I can't connect it there, apparently. So I need another ground connection. There's actually, I was going to do a ground right there. There's a little tiny piece of solder right there. But no, all those are bad. Getting it directly off of the LED is also bad, though. I mean, I could just do like this area over here, but we didn't really identify any of these pins to be connected also to ground. Like none of these are connected to ground. Let's see here. Yeah, there's not really, I mean, I can pick up ground like here and travel all the way back with it. I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to pick up ground where it comes in. Now, will I have enough wire to get to? Yeah, I think my scrap piece will still be good. A random piece of scrap wire that I'm using as my primary ground. Now I could grab it right at the connector and bring it over. Or I could get it off of some of these chips. Or I could find it over here. Whatever, nah. Let's just go directly off of the header, I guess. Any of these guys? Oh, you know what? I could just use that. Is there a blank over here? No. There's so the code 10 keyless apparently on their PCB they still have locations for stabilizer dummy buttons, which are apparently the worst way to stabilize. I could supply all of ground through this pin right here. We should probably go up here. Just alongside of that. Actually, yeah, there we go. Right there. We'll just do that. Nice and easy. And then we're in the vicinity of the pin that we need to be in. I mean, all of ground is going to be supplied by these two right there. That's a rather thin interface for ground, isn't it? And that's a really robust one right there. Decisions. I've got decision fatigue, chat. I've been making too many decisions this whole path. This thing should be a moderately low power device. I mean, all we really have is a big array of LEDs that are orange LEDs, so they're really not doing all that much work. I don't suspect anything will get excessively hot. Whatever, let's just get ground right here. That'll be a nice big ground. Which one's the robust one? I mean, I'm getting this up here. It's just a little further away. Just a little further away. Hello? Where's my... We're just having trouble getting heat into stuff today, huh? It's like, you gotta fight it every time. Oh, this would be simple. That's what those thermal pads are there for. They're there to allow the heat to pool inside of in the pad here. There we go. Nice and clean. That's our ground. Now I gotta thread this thing in. At least it's in parallel to the USB that I need it to be. So I'll get that under these. Try not to let it like kink. I don't think it can be exactly parallel because I've already run out of room for wires over here. Some of these connections are not exactly robust. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, see if I can work this in right there. I don't think these capacitors are really doing anything in this spot. Yeah, we're gonna have to go above that. Oh well. When I tape it down or whatever, glue it down, it'll stay put. But yeah, these capacitors aren't really doing anything. I mean, I've still got all the input filtering going on, because the power is coming in the opposite direction on this trace that's right below it. So it's still going through all the same filters that the original board had. And then whatever else the Raspberry Pi has. I don't think I'm going to get anything down there. Robust is a weird word in engineering. It's kind of a bad word. It's mostly a bad word because things are described as robust that just shouldn't be described that way. Nobody really pins down the definition. This is the excess of red wire is getting on my nerves. The turnover for all the different wires, I think, is a place where a lot of chaos is going to be happening. Let's see. Well, I guess we're going in above red. We'll just go to this, which one is the little square face, the Mogos, is ground. It's going right there. Ta-da! Okay, get rid of the excess. Chop. Okay. All right. Oh, I gotta sit up. My butt's broken. You guys broke my butt. I'm gonna stand up for a minute. Just do this by leaning on my desk. My poor butt. What have you done to my butt, chat? What is wrong with you? I've been sitting for like 2 hours, so yeah, I gotta move them gams, lest bad things happen. All right, a little bit of pre-solder on that. Row, row, row your bust. And you really do have to use a lot of this stuff. The smaller sized solder. Solder. I can't say it like that. I gotta say solder. I'm an American. I'm trying not to melt my other wires when I solder this thing. That's why I'm being weird about the angles and stuff. All right, so there's power, ground, and 5 volts in a nice little row there. So power in through the yellow wire, ground through the black wire, and then 3 volts to the rows through the red wire. What's up, Celia? Since the Max 308 is an older generation of chip, we are using 5 volts directly from USB to power the chips. I'm just stretching my legs for a second here just so I don't develop whatever bad stuff. Oh man, okay, so what we'll do for the remainder of these wires coming in, since these are all LED things, they're on the right side of the Pi, which is nice. They're all on that one side of the Pi, which is where I'm gonna hook them up. So we've got all of those wires here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all this, and then some, which is seven wires. We've got the PWM and the on-off signal, which is for some reason split up. It's probably just the result of how the other microcontroller worked. We just need to make sure, I mean, which ones of these are PWM capable? It seems like they're all, because usually on these microcontrollers, you'd have like a PWM register that the pin would basically look into in order to get its on and off timings. That's how they work now. Apparently, when Code made the keyboard, it's possible that they had that PWM register go out to one singular pin, and then all the other ones were not capable of doing pulse width modulation independent of the processor. Measuring everything after I got myself a Power Profiler Kit 2. Look that up in another window. Oh, that's that. Search for the alternative. Oops. Kit double I. The hell is that? It's some kind of a platform of something. Jesus Christmas. What the fuck? That's a serious piece of technology there. I don't even know what you would do with this thing. From Nordic Semi, huh? Looks pretty crazy. Keyboard uses 11 microamps. Looking for a good ESD overvoltage protection for an ESP32 input. There are many mixed signals out there. Use a Zener, no Schottky, double of them. Weird. ESD overvoltage protection. Man, I've seen all kinds of stuff, especially in automotive for that. I don't know, ESD overvoltage. Does a ferrite do that? I think it might. You might just want to run a ferrite bead to everything that goes external. And it's easy to find surface mount ferrites. They're pretty nice little pieces of circuit magic that you can just throw in there. I mean, for the USB connections that we see, that's what we're basically looking at here. When we look at like these things here, the things that are in line, these are most likely ferrite beads, these two right here. And then there's also, it was in one of the, what device was that? Was it a military thing? I forget. There were actual components that were ESD protection devices on parts of the circuit. So you'd have like something that looks like, it's like an SOT23 that looks like a transistor. And you're like, what is this transistor? What the hell's going on here? You look it up and it's actually an ESD device. It's there in order to reroute power in case there's a spike or a spike of power. It's there to reroute it. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, it's like a bespoke component. Okay, let's make a deal. Let's see what we're doing here. Soluble also means solvable. I don't know if I knew that or not. I actually might have known that, but I'm not sure at this point. All bets are off. Oh God. Try to get the ground wire under this tape. Go. And then these are switching switching which one's where, so I need to correct that down here. I did something to my wrist. I think I fell on my hand the other day. So when I'm like moving these things around, I'm like feeling weird pain that I didn't know. I don't know where it came from. Okay, let's see, like that. Just trying to get these into some kind of an order so that it's not total chaos, but it is kind of total chaos. Yeah, there's not much to help here. Unfortunately, some of the switches in this area are just completely inundated with local wires, and I tried to keep them away just in case I need to desolder a switch. Yeah, used in context, I think it probably would have been. It's probably more clear what the word is supposed to be doing. Of course, even then, my brain would be like, yeah, of course, because the solution dissolves. it dissolves into the right answer. Duh. That's just my weird brain doing it. Okay, I'm kind of getting these. If I release my hand, they all go in whatever direction they feel like. So I'm trying to keep them together. Okay, there. Whew. Man, that was a chore. Just trying to keep all these wires together. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you need a specific ESD chip. I think maybe just a ferrite. But I don't know what your application is. I don't know what you're thinking about, man. We get no context for some of these things. Oh, dear God. How the hell am I going to hook these up? All right, let's see here. Power meter? This is like a lot of technology that you're dealing with. Oh, I see. So you're using it in order to measure key press, the current of, like, for instance, key presses on a keyboard. That's interesting. I mean, the way that they got Keylock is a system that powers a lot of older car remotes. And the way that Keylock works is the encryption code and the transmitted code are like shuffled together. You have to look at the diagram in order to see how it's done. But in 256 rounds, it's 2 lines of microcontroller code. But in 256 rounds, what it'll do is it'll pick out what the command is that your remote's sending. And so in order to get the secret key from Keylock, the one that's not, there's a secret key that's put into both sides, right? It's like, it's the same thing on both sides, which is pretty cool. And it's just running rounds that will scramble everything. In order to unscramble it during those rounds, you have a special sequence of code, but then the manufacturer also has a special sequence of code. So what researchers were able to do is look at the stages of the microcontroller going through its code and pick out, due to the movement of ones and zeros in the system, they were able to decode the secret code by looking at that little bit of extra current draw that the microcontroller needs to move a 1 or a 0 or clear a 1 or whatever it was doing. Really wild and advanced stuff. It's really fucking crazy, actually. Frequency counter for an agricultural machine to count the PTO speed, measure temps on 3 places, etc. Oh, that's cool. That is a cool, yeah, that's a hell of an application. But you need ESD protection on that. Damn. Yeah, I might second my my own suggestion of using an ESD specific chip, because I think it was on automotive stuff that we saw the ESD specific chip. So if we're talking agriculture, like, that's kind of the same wheelhouse of sort of use case. So I think maybe using a bespoke ESD chip might be for you. Oops, I messed something up. Just moving around the components here so that I can properly represent them in my drawing. Because then I'll look back to this when I'm doing the boring software stuff off camera. I still don't know how the hell I'm supposed to be controlling the RGB LEDs, these two right here. Maybe I'll have to come up with something that does that. Okay, so first of all, for our PWM, pins 4 and 3, we'll just start hitting our local our local general purpose IOs, right? So we could just hit hook 4 and 3 up to the next 2. Now that's not how they're gonna be arranged in this. I guess maybe I'll connect them first. Shoot first, ask questions later, huh? Eats, shoots, and leaves? I don't know what we're doing. Where am I? What is this place? What happened to me? Where's Padme? Is she safe? Padme. Give me this. Give me the wire. What the deuce? All right, give me, no. I have to, like, pick it out down here so that it actually parts from the other ones. There we go. Hey. Okay. 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 No. No. Oh my God. This is a nightmare. Yeah. Letting the days go by. But remove the water. Under the water. Who said anything about water? What's going on? Okay, gotta pick this one out of here. God, this fucking keyboard project. There's wires and wires and wires. Really, this would have been a better project to kick off after I made some kind of a way to handle these fucking wires better. To be able to strip them a little bit more casually and be able to have them work with me instead of against me. Same as it ever was. Look what my hand does. Was it look where my hand was? I think that's what it was. All right. 2 wires here that I'm desperately holding down. Which among us are they going to solder to? So we've got GP28, which is an ADC, or we've got 27 and 26. If I skip down to that one, but then I've got so many things. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pins that I need to connect. How many GPs do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we've got those 2 left over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got to use all of them. we can skip GP28 and just leave that there. And then we'll go to GP27 and 26, which are, here, Jesus. 27 and 26 are below the ground. So the ground over here is right there. So I could just go to these 2. 27, 26. And then right below that is something that like does run. So I guess that goes directly back into the microcontroller. So we'll go here and here with these 2. And I got to figure out which one is connected to where. This is a mess. This whole thing, just a big mess. All right, so we're going here. I can cut those. Ay. Okay. Now the wrong one ended up longer, huh? Yep. Son of a bitch. I cut them in the... They flipped over one another, and so now the longer one is the one that should be going a shorter distance. Now, I'll just cut a little bit off of that then. Might be too much, might be too little. Who knows? Let's hope it works. Yeah, just before I forget the ones that I'm connecting to. Down like this. Give it a little bit of shotter. I can't imagine if this was like a hand wiring project. This would probably be a similar number of ridiculous wires going all over the place. I think I'd probably be in just about the same boat. Why is he talking about boats? He just thought he was making a keyboard. What is this? What the hell is this? I didn't sign up for this shit. What is this, Twitch? Why are you playing games on Twitch? What's going on? What's wrong with your brain? Oh, geez, I need to put a little solder on the end of that. So yeah, building a keyboard can be fun. I don't know how you would accomplish that. I don't know how you would make it fun. I really don't. I really don't. This certainly isn't fun, what we're doing right now. You might be having fun, but don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. This is like cat ownership, where cats have like some kind of a brain worm that they give you that makes you appreciate cats more. It's a trick. Get an axe. Toxoplasmosis. Yeah, there it is. I'm getting paid to be here. That's right. The check's in the mail. In the New Jersey mail. Sending money all the way to Jersey. Does New Jersey still have mail, or did they just decide to disband the whole thing? Just give up? A little sloppy, but whatever. All right, so which one is which? I don't know. Let's see which one's going to which pin. Here we are. So 1, 2, 3. 3 is on the inside track. Oh no, it flips. I didn't want it to. Oh, son of a bitch. I did not want that. Now 3 is on the outside track. So it's technically 3 and 4, but I kind of want to flip it because of this. I can't believe it did that to me. You son of a bitch. I did all that work. I did all that work to try to flip them, and they just went back to their original positions. They deliver it sometimes. I don't know. I'm just messing with you. I don't know nothing about nothing. What's going on here? Why is there an additional wire? It's running. Oh, that one goes over here. That's my USB wire. Okay. I was like, where the hell is that new wire coming from? Well, the lengths of these are vastly different too. That one's not going to be able to go a longer distance. Let's just leave it the way it is. All right, so pin 3 and 4. I know, I'm getting bullied by wires. This is my fate. So it's actually, well, okay, from the perspective of the drawing, if I flipped them again, it would work out a little bit better. You're not doing membrane here. What are you talking about? Chad, you guys are weird. If I flip these around, that's not going to reach. I mean, it will reach, but it won't be. And the other thing that I could do is I could move these down, and then they would have plenty of wire left. Now let's leave it the way it is. We'll leave it the way it is, and I'll just draw it, and it'll be stupid looking. That one goes there. This one goes there. They don't meet. So whatever. And then we've got these over here. Now we'll have to see where those end up, because those are going to be all over the place. So what I'm trying to do is keep it so that they can kind of be flat as they go in here, but I don't really think I'm accomplishing that very much. I don't really think I'm accomplishing that. I think it's just going to be a big mess. And maybe I can come back through and neaten it up at some point, but I sort of just want my keyboard to work at this point. Like, I'll, over here where I can, at least I can throw down some ultraviolet epoxy. Once we vet out that everything's working, I can throw down some ultraviolet epoxy, and then I can have all of these looms kind of held and flat to the board as much as possible, where they won't be hurting anybody. Okay, so with these coming up and around, and a little bit less neat and organized, would like to keep that flat and like this, but then again, they're just gonna end up all over the place. Damn it. Okay, so what is the one all the way on the outside? That one is, oh, it gets all rearranged up here, doesn't it? It should be just alongside of the ones that are already there, and I think it is. It's like these other ones need to be like pulled in a little bit. Yeah, let me just organize this just a tiny bit. It's because I'm doing this stuff on stream that these have been a little bit more wonky. In the end, it's your fault, chat. You did this. You did this to me. You made me like this. See how that moved all the way over here? Ugh. That means that its pad is up. All right, so all the way on the outside is one of, and I don't know which one, the LEDs. Let's identify them. So one of them will be caps and the other one will be num. Caps and num. And then over here, actually, it's not even on this chip. It's not even on that chip. We can just identify it by caps and num. We don't really know which one is R, G, and B in this setup either. I guess I'll figure it out at some point. But I need to do a bunch of probing in order to figure that out. All right, so caps and num. Which one is which on that? Are they labeled over here? No, they don't have any silkscreen labels. No silkscreen labels. No, it's just that the processor died on the code 10 keyless keyboard, and in order to replace it, I mean, you've got rows and columns on there. You need wires on all of them. Yeah, scroll lock. It's not num lock. Where's like the guide, like the user guide? I need to know which one of these is which. And I don't actually wait. I've got to hold on. I can just caps lock. Okay, the one on the inside of the board is caps lock. Keyboard, arrow keys. Those 6 keys that are up here. And it goes S. Oh, damn it. And then caps is this one. Now, what we do with these LEDs in the end doesn't have to be caps lock and scroll lock, but what killed the chip? Yeah, repeated exposure to diet iced tea. In this case, it was diet iced tea. Okay, so that's that. Now we need to figure out what's connected to where. Now this will just help me when I come back to it, when I start programming the functionality of all this stuff. Having these notes is very important. I'm gonna actually hit save on this. It'll help me not only identify where all the rows and the columns have gone, because that's gonna be a hell of a thing. The rows and the columns don't line up because the wiring's clean. The pinout is all over the place, and the problem is it's not really so much the pinout; it's what rows and columns need to be activated when on the muxes. And so we need to point the microcontroller at the proper pins so that it knows that it's activating the appropriate row and column and sensing from the pins that it thinks it is. That certain iced teas that give me horrible heartburn. Pure Leaf was one. Huh. I think the sugar content in some of that stuff would do it for me. This is powdered, diet powdered mix though. But that's not what's giving me the heartburn right now. I'm getting like death heartburn from a frickin' corned beef special sandwich. What is it doing to my glucose level? Have we recovered from that yet? Yeah, we've almost recovered from that. Oh, what's up with this lapse in reception? Where did I eat? Yeah, see, here's where I ate. And then micro bolusing is doing its goddamn best to bring me back into the realm of the living. How many units did it use on that? 0.15, that's almost a half. So we'll call that a half, 1 unit, 2, 3, 4, 5 max, and then oh boy, barely approaching. That definitely gets it closer. Probably 6 units at this point, and then that's 7 units of insulin. Oh boy, we're still working. 8.4, 8.5, 8.5 units of insulin. That's I'm overestimating the numbers because there's a bunch of tiny little numbers in there. Won't spill the entire Guinness Stout onto a laptop. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you immediately have to power that down, and then from there it's like, yeah, alcohol wash. That's what I did to this one, though. I did multiple alcohol washes in order to get everything off of it, and it seemed to be working at first, and then I put the cover back on it, and that was it. It just stopped. So, I don't know. It just didn't want to cooperate. So anyway, and I figured it was high time to check out QMS to see what we could do with in the world of open source keyboards. QMK. Did I put the right app? Yeah, I did put QMK on the title today. QMK, and QMK is a big project. Typically what you do with QMK is you find your hardware in the files and you just tell it that you're using that hardware, and it just does. It just works, right? But for me, I'm taking over a keyboard that doesn't typically have QMK on it. Now, there is a code keyboard like hacking project that I was pointed to recently, but I'm not concerned about that. I'm not doing that. Problem is when water gets under the chip. Yeah, typically with just like spilling something on your keyboard, it shouldn't happen like that. But if, for instance, in the case of this keyboard, it kind of sat in liquid. The keys sat in liquid. The other part of the keyboard, probably moisture got down onto it when I flipped it over. So unfortunately, that pretty much just lunched the entire chip. It was just dead. So whatever. Okay, wires, pinouts, etc. Bob. This has been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work, but it will work in the end. It's just interesting to have to reinvent the wheel so hard on your keyboard. I spent a lot of money on this keyboard, you know. I kind of want it to function properly. I really like the feel of it and everything too. So, and having a little screen on it'll be super cute. Super cute. I think I have cute overload from this dog. This dog is giving me cuteness overload. She's still a very young puppy, so there's a lot of uprooting of how I lived my life before having this dog, which takes me away from being able to do big projects like this one. Big, quick projects that suddenly crop up when you accidentally fuck up your entire keyboard. Okay, so on the outside track, we've got these two. Now, which one goes to numlock and which one goes to cap lock? So in order to do that, in order to figure that out, I'm gonna use a multimeter. I know, we'll get dog emotes and stuff. It's just right now my life is heck. Life is heck. Everything's crazy all the time. Oh yeah, I'm trying to see which one goes here. So one of these is caps and the other's num. Okay, so this one is, the lower one is caps lock. Yeah. Lower one is caps lock, which means the first one that we connect probably be caps. We just need to find which one of these is which. Yeah, okay, this is the caps lock wire. So we'll do caps lock first, and that one's going to be on the next available. And I got to scroll over on the other screen. Hold on. Wait till you have kids. I think I missed that boat. I don't think I'm going to be having kids. So caps lock is going to be on GP22, which is right above the next ground. There's the Amogus, and there's GP22 right there. In between it is the run pin, which we're not going to be using. So we got caps lock just right there. Make sure that that's got a good run on it. Do they plan for the Raspberry Pi to have Amogus all over it? Is that like an intentional choice? All right, there's my wire. Get that one connected properly. Make sure my iron's on. It may seem excruciatingly slow, the pace that I'm going with these, and that is intentional because I want it to look neat. Rushing a job like this causes it to be very, very sloppy, and this isn't the kind of work that should be sloppy. This is very clean work. You know, you get around, things become cleaner. I like TurboNad doing his wire looms. He's got a much cooler system, and the wires are all much larger, and they're all like ready to, you know, ready to go in a particular way. It's very nice. I don't have that kind of system with this stuff, so it's all going in pretty crazy. So I'm just going real slow to make sure that everything I do is intentional and I'm not screwing everything up in a way that's irreversible. cats are better until they start stealing your Arduino projects. Well, that's when you just take out your camera, take a picture, and post it online, and it becomes famous. Some of these are going to be pull up, and some of them pull down, I guess, or active up and active down. What a weird way to control LEDs this thing has. I'm still reeling off of that, because it's just weird. It's just so weird. Diffuse. You gotta diffuse the thing that your cat picked up. What are you making? Wait a minute. Maybe you should chill out with making some dangerous things. That's a little long, but we can just do, as long as the connections are made at this point. I think I've given up on this thing being super duper, you know, psychotically neat. I think I've given up on that. All right, so what's the next one down the line? Next one down the line is, well, actually, let me make sure that I make a note of what I just connected. Because, yeah, whatever wire, I mean, it's going to be basically these two are just connected in the way they are. And I predicted it. I had a 50-50 chance that caps would be the first one we hook up. Hey, how about that? So, yeah, that would be this pin going to here, and this pin going to there. And we'll see which ones are R, G, and B. We'll have to use the multimeter for that, too. We'll use the multimeter for that, because you could just hook it up in diode mode, and it will actually illuminate the LED. We'll do that in just a second. We'll do that in just a second. It's the best way that I have to figure out what LEDs are what, especially when you're surface mount LEDing things. All right, second one in line. Which one is that? Where are my tweezers? I need tweezers for this. My hands are just too big. Get the multimeter out of the way. It's not out of the way. Hold on. Okay. All right. Twizzlers? Hello? What it? Ah, there they are. Jeez. Number 2. Number 2. Number 3. What is this? That's it. That's the one I'm looking for. You, come with me. Okay, there we go. And then this one goes below that, and it'll be like that. Is it too long? Nope, not long enough. Just that length. Ah, flip it over. Yeah, I'm kind of giving up on the super duper one layer PCB layout. It's kind of, you know, I'm kind of keeping it close, but it's just going to be a bit chaotic now with all these wires having to go to different weird locations, you know? Especially considering the lengths of them and everything. I think maybe I might be able to do it in the future if I want to. I might be able to take them and clean them up and lay them down flat. But I'll make sure that they lay flat on the PCB itself first as well. I haven't done a free wiring thing like this in a long time, so it's nice to do a little bit of this. If I were originally designing this, of course, all this stuff would be on, you know, the PCB. It'd be much cleaner. Why does that seem like it's completely the wrong length suddenly? Oh, a minute. Why did that length seem to like change? That's like a completely wrong length now. What the heck? Whatever, this is good enough. Get out of the way, other wires. Get out of my way. This is gonna hurt my thumb. That wasn't so bad. Ow, there's the heat. There's the heat. Never to be outdone. All right. Now, we got to figure out which one of these is R, G, and B. That's how these work. Red, green, and blue. which one of the pins for the LEDs is which. Now we know that what the high side of the LED is, but it's all covered in wires right now. I don't really want to move them much. So we can get in there with the probe pins just fine. This would be, where's the high side? Oh, it's that pin. So there's a pin on the left and the right. I'll have to figure out which ones go to which transistors, but first I want to figure out which one is red, green, or blue. So what I can do is get the multimeter, if you're on that side of the pond, the multimeter, and I can put it over to the diode setting. And that's not the beeper setting. It's a separate setting on mine. Right now the beeper setting is on, which is the most irritating setting in the world. You should never really use the beeper setting. Let's be honest. The beeper setting is there for idiots who are doing like home wiring projects. If you are actually trying to figure out where a trace is going and you legitimately cannot see your meter, fine. You know, the beep mode will do something for you. And the beep mode does give you some information. But ohms is going to be your friend if you are doing hardcore circuit reverse engineering. Because if you make a connection, that level of ohms is going to tell you something about what you've just connected. You get more information than just a static beep or no beep, or whatever the hell kind of voltages it's trying to actually display to you. If you are connecting two parts of a trace and they go through a resistor, you can see that resistor. Or you could, you know, there are things that are subtle that the beeper doesn't even pick up on. So use ohms. Also, if you're in an environment where there's a lot of people around you and you're doing your work, like, don't use the beeper. We had a lot of people reverse engineering circuits and not a lot of space. And boy, oh boy, those beepers got killed quick. So anyway, when you go over to diode mode is going to determine the amount of volts that diode holds back before it breaks down and allows current to flow. So if I actually put this on a diode on the anode and the cathode here, we get 5.9 volts DC in forward orientation. So there has to, 0.5, there has to be half a volt present in order for this diode to start conducting. Now the rows are in 3 volts, so we're in good shape. I mean, at least, you know, whatever. Everything's going to be allowed to flow, and there's probably a 0.7 of drop on that. Or no, is that 0.5 is the drop? Whatever. Anyway, so what I want to do, because an LED is just a diode, it has an anode, it has a cathode. Excuse me, it has a forward voltage. It has a forward voltage under which it will not conduct. After that, it will conduct. It requires a little bit more voltage because you're actually trying to make light. But what you can do is you can use these probes now in order to illuminate the LED. Even in a car, ohms are your friend. Yeah. See what I'm saying? What I'm saying? People on stream seem to think that beep mode is like super superior. I'm going to use the camera in this case just because I have one, and I'm just going to be putting one probe to the positive pin, if I can reach it. Holy shit, the probe goes right there. Red, so red is on the right, then green. I'm going to assume blue. Yep. All right. So it goes R ground, or sorry, R positive GB. So before I forget, it's R anode G and then B. No, wait, other way around. Yeah, red, anode, G, ragba, B for the LED. We'll just leave it like that. One in 4007 diode will emit a small amount of IR light when grossly abused. Yeah, that's another thing. You can, that's the weird part. And then even weirder than that, Even weirder than that, because all the same silicon stuff is used to make microcontrollers, the security bit, I read a Swedish paper about this, the security bit on, who was it? I don't think it was Atmel. I think it might have been PIC microcontroller. If you remove the stuff surrounding the chip, the physical chip, and then on the bottom of it, if you bounce a laser beam on it just right, you can flip the 1 to a 0 or whatever, and then download the hex dump of the microcontroller. Pretty wild stuff. All right, so we've got 3 pins down here, and they correspond to 3 transistors that are right next to them. I'm not interested in the pins, I'm interested in the transistors. So I guess what I'm gonna do is look to see which one is connected to which pin of the LED, but I'm gonna do that on the one that doesn't go to ground, the collectors. So the collectors, where are we? Hello? Where am I? Hello? 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 There we are. So these when these are activated through the base pin right here, they will connect the collector pin to ground. And then there's of course a current limiting resistor here. So as this is activated on and off, that'll put a PWM on that particular color of light. So let's see what order they're in, because those will be the reverse order that we take them out of. So if I go on this side of the resistor over here, come all the way over here where the LED is, and I go to the red pin. All right, red is the first one. I'm gonna go ahead and assume, so this is red, this one is green, I'm gonna guess. But every time I make a guess like this, I always get it wrong, so I need to actually just vet it out and test it. Ah, damn it, I slipped. All right, visually, I guess I can't really show you guys the whole thing, because I gotta move this and that and this and the other thing. All right, red. It's green. Yep. So it is RGB. RGB. So now we know RGB. So it's probably going to be BRG when we get them out over here. Over here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So let's see, this one right here. This is red. Or no, this is blue. This one is blue. And then we're going to connect that to, and there's blue, blue, green, red. So actually they're in the right order, so we don't have to have crossover wires on anything. That's nice. GP20, GP19, GP18. Bada bing, look at that. We got one extra, one thing. BGR. No, not twisting. It's because the red is the top one, and the top one is the inside-most track. It loops up and it becomes the bottom one. That's just how the layout is, because it goes like this. It goes down and around, and then it goes up where it's the top one, and then there's one here, and then there's one here. That's just how it works. Blue is the outermost one of the LED itself. Okay, maybe sometimes I say stuff that's not right. Jesus Christ. All right, so BGR, that's the order. That's how they're going to go in. GP21, we are going to skip the next, no, we are going to the next pin in line, and then down from there. Okay, so we're just going to the next couple. I don't remember if that screen was 3 volts or 5. I think it was 3. I want to say it was 3, but you know, push comes to shove, I could just solder all these together, and if the if the colors are different, I can reassign the pins. That's the whole thing about GPIO, you know? But I do kind of want to keep them, like, you know, true to the flatness that I've had them at. Let's get this linked down there. There we go. Try to make it disappear. Someone. That, man, the part of my brain that was responsible for memorizing phone numbers in the past has been completely reappropriated towards running a constant vigil of music in my head. I don't know what is up with me. Why am I so susceptible to getting songs stuck in my head? It's a curse. All right, there's that. Get this one pinned. Hello? There it is. There's my soldering iron. What I really want is, oh Jesus Christ! Look at what that did. Because the solder touched the plastic, it pulled away so much of the plastic that it's exposing a huge amount of the wire now. What a shit show. Just from that little bit of heat, I now have that much excess wire sticking out of the front of this thing. See, what I was saying is what I'd like to do is come up with a tool that can pinch the end of the wire and strip it properly for me. So I just have a better time setting up these kinds of things. But I don't really want it to be like a soldering iron attachment. Well, that's the direction that it's going in, because then I'd have to swap to it in order to do clean wiring work. I have a wire stripping thing that's like a 12-volt, it's like a 120 to 12 transformer with like a plate on the front. And you basically just put the wire on that plate and, you know, move the wire to the side of the plate until, you know, it hits the metal, and then you twist your wire and pull it away. And it makes like a professional stripped wire. But that's good for larger gauges. It's not good for these. Green. 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 Give me the thing. Green. 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 You still have to hook up all the mux stuff too on the other side of this board. We'll probably just pick up where we left off too, because it's that's just what we're doing. It's just what we're doing. I don't have any provisions for testing the lighting scheme on this either. I don't really have anything. I didn't write any code for it. I think the LED code is relatively easy to get into, though, in QMS. I just got QMK. I just have to learn it. I have to learn it. Learn where the software goes, what the function is that gets run, and what the interaction with the function is going to be, because we can do all kinds of cool stuff in QMK. I can have the color of my num lock or scroll lock or whatever fluctuate depending on what's going on. It doesn't just have to be red, green, or blue. I know in the original keyboard it was white, but I would like to make it a little bit more orange if it's just going to be an indicator. Why is that? Oh, because it's not, because I pulled it out a little bit. Shouldn't be doing this with bare hands. I really should be using the tweezers to do this. What the hell? What did I just do? Try to make this one look like that. You come in at an angle that helps me push it down. Let me get better. Ow, that really hurts. That's really hot. I'm in a lot of pain. Whoa, shaky hand. Yeah, that's a little cleaner. Yowie wowie. That was a little toasty. All right, last one. Last one of the LED hookups. Anyway. Coming together, chat. It's getting cleaner. This is the first time I've had a big block of time to actually work on this. Now, you know, when we're through a stream today, I don't want to go too late because I got to do puppy stuff, but when we're done with this, I might be able to come back this evening and do a little bit more wiring off camera. Just because this is, I mean, this is a little tedious, but this is where we are with the project, right? So I want to keep this project and get it done with you. You know, we want to make sure that you guys are here for it, but always a wire adventure, yeah. Yeah, it can be like that, right? This is unfortunately a little tedious. We had a raid from Code Rush earlier. That was nice. Good to see some old faces in chat, too. The only thing that's really pissing me off right now is that the lengths for this turnover are different for different things, but I think we can get over it. You can get over it. Here's all the rest of the wires. There's a lot of stuff to connect here. Yeah, it has been a little while. I haven't seen, I mean, Nightmare Joker as well. I haven't seen either of your names in for frickin' ever. Good to see you guys. It's nice to see you. All right, let me tighten this thing up a little bit. Tighten up my camera. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've been inundated with Puppy, and we're streaming on one of the days that typically I don't stream, which is Wednesday. Usually we don't do Wednesdays because Wednesday is the day for me to buy parts or to wait for shipping on parts. Tuesday we figure out where all the pitfalls are, and then Wednesday I wait for all the stuff that I bought to bring me out of that peril. And then Thursday we use all that stuff. But I have been in the throes of a new puppy. We haven't had a dog in 20 years, and here we are with a corgi puppy, and she is the sweetest little thing in the world. So I've been looking after that one. That's why I missed yesterday's stream, and I feel it now. I'm like, I cannot keep missing streams. So we're on a big streamy marathon now. A big streamery marathon where I get to grind myself into a pulp in order to bring you guys projects. Yeah, new puppy. Wednesday is one of my off days. Every day is an off day if you try hard enough. both in just being nothing, having nothing be right, and also not working. Okay. All right, that's that. We did this whole side except for the screen. The screen is going to be the last thing that I install. And then over here, we have all of the different hookups for the, what do you call it? For the muxes. The muxes are the way that we've saved a significant number of pins, and we used muxes and not addressable, I2C addressable port expanders, because we needed PWM, I guess. I mean, I could have done port expanders, but that seems like a lot. Seems like a lot for port expanders. So what we were able to do, both in the code for QMK and physically, is that we were able to scan 2 columns at once. And that way our 16 columns, well, 15 columns, we can go through at double the speed. What happened to Burn the Subs? It's a work in progress right now. We tore down the old one. The board filled up. Big all caps name filled up the board a year ago, 2 years ago. God, it's been a long time. It's been a little while, and I kind of promised that the people who were subbing in between streams would end up as the batch of first names on the board, which I can still honor that. I think we can still honor that. It's going to be a big list of names, though. We've got a lot of very generous people stopping by in the interim of Burn the Subs, and I've kind of gotten used to not having it. We will work on it, though, because there's the whole control board is sitting right in my view. It's right in my peripheral vision. And it's been looming over me for quite some time. I need to break down some of the water cooling stuff that I've got on there and wash it out. Oh, God, there's like a whole ecosystem in there right now, and it's just full of shit. So we got to clean that out. I need to go back to the 3D design and put in for the mini board, the MKS, what is this thing? SKR. This is something that Twisted Sister sent in. I've been a friend of the show in Virginia, sent in this board that we were going to use on the 3D printer, but I ended up using a different one. And then this is the SKR Mini E3 version 2. Can't let this go to waste. I mean, it's sitting here with these beautiful trinamic drivers on it and everything. So we're going to get that as the primary locomotive board of the Burn the Subs. And then gonna try Clipper on the Raspberry Pi. So we'll have Clipper speaking to what is ostensibly a much overpowered board for Clipper. I remember Twisted. Yeah, Twisted's been. I think he's got like a first badge, I think. But yeah, we'll have Clipper running the board and doing all of the G-code stuff. We'll have my Python code going in there through some kind of an API, I think, that exists between Clipper and the outside world. So we'll have my software still doing all the Twitch stuff and figuring out what the G-code is, but then that will basically hand over not G-code. It'll just hand over instructions to Clipper. It might hand over G-code, but then Clipper's going to handle all the inertial stuff and things like that on the Raspberry Pi and stream over what the pins should be doing on the controller. Oh my God, it's a lot. It's a lot. I've been trying to get the hardware like settled so that I could then work within that. But what would the advantage to using those trinamic drivers and Clipper is that I can use end stops instead of limit switches. So that'll be pretty cool. I don't think I have to do an incredible amount of modification on the SKR Mini to do end stops. I got to look that up. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I think this is all set up for it though, which will be nice because then I can just 3D print a bumper that I'll put up on the board instead of running all those wires around everything. That'll save me quite a bit of headache. All right, so the question is, do we do the remainder of these wires? I think so. I think we do the remainder of these wires. I just need to figure out what they are. What are these wires that I installed 1,000,000 years ago? I need, my backdrop is not, everybody move over, you get over here. Okay. Now I can actually see this crap, all this bullshit that I've put together. None of it's gonna work. You know it's not gonna work. So we have the pinouts from the Maxims. Well, it's good to take a break from what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm gonna get really angry at everyone. A0 is on pin 1. Okay. So we don't have the enables anymore. We've got 6 address pins and 2 GPIO pins. What's up, Short Darker? 6 address pins, 2 GPIO pins. All right. So going from there, I can follow the pins. So the ones that are responsible for the rows are going to be towards the top, which is good. What are the black wires doing? Okay. So A0, yeah, A0, and then, oops, what did I just click back on? Oh no. A0, A1 is 16, and A2. So 0, 1, 2. So it's going to go 1, wait, yeah, it's going to go 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, I know. This is like ridiculous for a keyboard. I know this. I'm aware of this. There's a blue, oh, the blue wire and the white wire are my GPIOs. So the GPIOs are going to be up top. And let's see, the pins that I'm going to use are, so the first 2 that I'm connecting are GPIO. So those will be GP2 and 3, pins 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. These 2 Amogus right here. I didn't add anything to this keyboard. The only thing that I'm actually adding to this keyboard is a screen on the front, and we haven't even hooked that up yet. We haven't even hooked up the screen yet. That's the only addition, aside from the fact that the software is much more, what do I call it? It's much more malleable. I can do a whole hell of a lot more with the software. the stuff, I mean, aside from that, the additions are of course, these 3 chips right here, these muxes. These muxes allow me to not have the pins directly on microcontroller pins. And they allow me to iterate through quickly and ascertain what is being pressed. But the reason that I'm using the muxes is, well, first off, I just had them. Like, they're just lying around. They're not doing anything around here, so I might as well put them to use. I haven't had a project that could have used a mux, and I thought it would be fun. And then it also saves us a bunch of pins on the microcontroller. Like a bunch. And you can see that all the lighting is taking up all the other pins that I have available to me on this Raspberry Pi. So, might as well do it this way. So what's it going to be? It's going to be blue and then white. And blue and then white. And then I'm going to pull that in like that. And I'll just come up alongside this loom right here. And so blue's our first one in. Just give that a little angle right there. That switch is like right in the way, so there's not much I can do about it. Yeah, there's been a bunch of bullshit that I've had to deal with with this stuff. We're only a couple wires away from having all of my hardware properly set up, though. I hear a puppy barking upstairs. She barks when she's frustrated, which is just the cutest thing in the world. She'll be playing, and like if you do something unfair, she'll start barking. But she doesn't bark just to bark. She's not, you know, like typical corgi. She was the quiet one of the litter, so. She certainly isn't shy, though. She'll bite anyone. Play bite. I should specify that when I'm talking about biting with this dog, it's all play bites. She doesn't do anything else. It's not like, I'm not like that bulldog owner that's like, oh, he never does this, while the dog's like, you know, fucking full force biting into a telephone pole. No, it's not like that. She's very polite. But she's a puppy. I might have her on stream for a little while tomorrow. That might be the first half of tomorrow's stream, just because schedules are all over the place right now, and so I may be on puppy duty. So we'll have to see about that. I'll have a little playpen for her to kick around in. She's still not old enough to really be down here. That's kind of my issue right now, is that she's not responsible enough to not, you know, for instance, upstairs she would chew on wires. So that's a kind of a big no-no down here. It's not something that's sustainable in this environment. We don't want puppies munching on the wires down here. I think she might have grown out of it, though. She might have grown out of that. We tried to use sour apple on her. There are these like berries that are sitting around from, oh, what is it? I don't know if it's wisteria or whatever those plants are outside, but she goes around and she eats those little green berries that are falling off of these bushes around here. And I looked it up, and they're like, you know, in quantity, they can make your dog sick and throw up, but they're very, very bitter. And I'm like, huh. And we tried, I've got a donk. Just don't do any hard turning in that donk, because the suspensions are very weak. Not the suspension, just all the elements of the steering system are pretty weak from going into donk mode with that car. Thank you for subbing at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Holy crap. We're still kind of old school here. I just like, I recognize the subbers as they roll in. This in advance stuff, I don't really get. When your sub is up again, you can just announce it again too. So we'll do that, and I'll thank you again. It's cool though that you've gone you trust me for 6 months of entertainment. That's pretty extreme. You've supported my puppy's toy habit. She has a lot of toys. Anyway, so she will eat bitter berries off of the ground. So when we're like, all my friends are like, get bitter apple. That'll keep her from chewing on wires. We've bathed the wires upstairs in bitter apple, and it has done abso-fucking-lutely nothing. It's done nothing. The dog likes bitter things. The dog very much enjoys bitter, so bitter. Been following a long time because the stream looked cool. First time I've had a chance to check it out. Good stuff, dude. Yeah, doing off days is kind of a good idea, isn't it? I wouldn't call it working quite yet. Did you get multiplexing and everything to work? I did get multiplexing to work. I got it to work. And we pressed the Q button a lot last stream. I pressed Q, and then I put it into chat very quickly. That part is functional. Now I'm doing the full hardware system and jotting it all down in my notes. But it is a tedious process. We're getting there. Okay, so the blue wire goes to the one on the bottom. Yeah, blue wire goes to the column on the bottom. So the one on the bottom is what used to be GP3. But what I'll do is just call it, oh geez. Let's just do like, here, let's get rid of the signal flags. Let's just undo that whole thing. Actually, I can take this whole thing too. And then do... It's not that way, though. This one goes here. This one goes here. And actually, these columns are inaccurate now. Oh my god. I have a lot of sorting out to do, because this is what it used to be. This is what it used to be, but it's not that anymore. So they're all over the place. I may need to use that tool that Shortlurker linked that will tell me, that will basically output the files for me. Because yeah, these, I need to rearrange what all these are. The rows, of course, are fine, but see what? This is what I see. What are you seeing? You see a puppy in the window? Because that's a possibility. Although she doesn't really go out in that yard. She goes in the front. Okay, let's see. So I will do these in the order that they're here, which means they're a 210, and then 210 of the rows is going to be the one on the outside. Yeah, you don't, I mean, I thought you've been around long enough. You've been on this, I've seen your name before, haven't I, Nightmare Joker, or are you new here? It certainly wasn't a first comment that you did. I don't know. I can't keep track anymore, man. Twitch mobile, oh. Yeah, I don't chat when I'm on mobile. It's excruciating. I have been on mobile a little bit more than I'd like to lately, just because I've been fucking sitting on a dog. Shitting on a dog. Biding my time. Bring those in a little bit like that. Okay, so the next pins are 4, 5, skip 6. So we're doing this, this, this. Luckily, these little Amogus have little high top cuts that we can go off of. So the next wire is the black wire. We go black, white, and then purple. And we do the same thing with the next one. So this one goes all the way, or no, black, white, and then skip, and then purple. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, let's just do this one first. I've not used KiCad before. I've never used it on stream. I tried off camera, and it was pretty frustrating to get started with. So the MS Paint thing is new to you? Oh man, I use MS Paint all the damn time. Yeah, it's one of my favorite CAD programs. And we've used it in several different applications. People call it bother CAD. It's that common around here. I appreciate a no frills note-taking tool. Typically, like, I'll be using a spiral notebook a spiral sketchbook to do this kind of stuff in, but, you know, had to go to the computer because stream. Because stream. The streamer. I'm going to need this one. I'm going to need this one. Not that one. I'm going to need this one. I'm going to need this one. I'm going to need this one. And then my hands touch the soldering iron. Yeah, I like the sketchbook over anything else because it's just a big blank sheet. For a little while, I thought about using like graph paper, which, you know, I don't know. If you're trying to draw circuit elements, I guess that can help a lot, but it just guides me in the wrong direction, it seems. I could have spaced these pins out and have them a little bit more spread out on this thing, because without the enable pins, there's just not a lot. That's all right. That's all right. I'll have the whole bottom of the microcontroller available. Eagle and a hand-me-down 46. How long has Eagle been around? Jesus, I didn't know it was that old. I started using Eagle because it used to be, at least, the DIYers special CAD program. It was great. It still is. I mean, it's still good. It's just AutoCAD is kind of making it their own, and there's some frustration there. You do a lot of really cool stuff in Eagle now, though, with the three-dimensional circuit elements, and the fact that AutoCAD is so clean that you can do the Eagle stuff in your nice, clean AutoCAD, and then you get your whole circuit board in your design. So coupling that with the availability and the ease of 3D printing, that really leveled me up here since going to Twitch and doing projects. When I started out, I don't know if you guys know, I hated 3D printers. I still do, but I really hated 3D printers because they have one job and they don't even do it correctly. We can't even get two-dimensional printers to work. You're expecting an entirely another, like a whole additional dimension on top of the two that we can't handle properly. So I've always had it out with 3D printers. I never thought that they were useful, et cetera, and then chat threatened to buy me one, so I bought one, got it working, and you know what? It is kind of indispensable. It's kind of a necessity. Next one was white, and then purple. These are just how we control the two muxes. We just basically give it a binary number, and then it activates the switch associated with that number. It does that over and over and over again, ad nauseum, for time immemorium. It never, ever, ever stops. But that's why we have microcontrollers, because they don't freaking get bored of jobs like that. 4D printers. You're printing time. What do I look like I'm made out of? Time. Bendy, bendy. Oh, I didn't tin this one. I need to tin them ahead of time, otherwise they don't solder down properly. Get a bunch of cold welds, which is where you could just pluck the wire off of the solder, and it'll leave a little divot behind. So you want to get that flux and that solder in there. Yeah, like back in school, when it was so easy to make a banner for like a class something or other, because you would just print it in giant letters and everything had the daisy wheel attachments and everything. Those was the days back when printing was as loud as could be. I wonder if you can even get that paper anymore. This is a little sloppy down here, the lengths that these are. I'd probably take that up with something. I think it's okay, though. A greeting hot dog that takes 45 minutes to print. Yeah. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Did I just soldered the wrong one? Oh, man. Okay, all right. Backing out. We're backing this one out. Come with me. I hear dog barking upstairs. I think she's playing. She's getting faster and faster, that dog. She's going to be able to outpace me very quickly. Currently, I can just use the fact that I have longer legs by like orders of magnitude to just sort of shuffle, but she is getting faster as she grows. Really? Do they still use that at airports? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm wondering what all that work is that they do. What are they doing? I mean, I know some people are insistent on like not doing anything with their tickets until they get to the gate, but like, I don't know. I don't see there's being a lot of like actual work that needs to get done out there. You can still get feed paper. Ow, I really injured my wrist on something. I don't know what it is. Like the angles that I'm putting my wrist at, it's like suddenly feel the fact that I think I landed on my wrist at some point. You rig reproduction color ribbons by going to a craft store and just soaking them. I remember the color, yeah, you had the colored printer paper that all the teachers would complain about it being expensive. It was like orange on one side. Blue Delta recently 3 weeks ago. I think it was printed a mile long. Oh my God. I've never seen somebody fly somewhere and not have 1,000 complaints. You know, like they never are like, yeah, I just took a plane. It was great. They're never like stress-free. They're always just like, everything fucking sucked. This sucked. This sucked. I'm mad at this. This happened. This problem occurred. Everything blew up. Like they're always like really mad that they had to fly somewhere. I'm mostly oaky, but I don't fit in airplanes. Yeah, I guess I don't fit in airplanes either. That's true. That's a good point. The not fitting aspect is probably one of the worst ones. Hold on, I gotta take up some of the slack on this. Just so it flows correctly. All right, what's our next wire? That would be this one right here. This little wire right here. Come along with me. We'll go up and over and loosely just sit it right there. We're going to there. Yeah, that white wire is way too long. I don't know. If I really feel like it, I can come back and clean up a lot of these, but I don't think I need to. I think once I close this thing, I mean, I am going to have to lay some of these down a little flatter right here because this is too tall. That will collide with the casing, I think. That might actually make it. That might be okay. We're only a couple wires from finishing this part of the project, and then we can skip over to software tomorrow, I guess. We can actually get this thing coded up and running, and we'll figure out how to do the screen after that. I've already figured out a lot of the software. The things that remain are how to control the LEDs with a weird crazy scheme that they got going on here. And then the map, the key map is all over the place just because of what happened. Not what happened. Just because I wanted to keep the wiring clean, and I didn't do a great job of keeping this part of the wiring clean. But it takes so much time that I wanted to have one stream where I was doing this part, and then we can do other stuff in the other streams, right? Because this is fairly tedious. This is fairly tedious stuff. And I know it's nice to do like a skill show of how fucking good I am at soldering, but it's not for multiple streams. We need to do more variety of stuff. Which one did I just solder? That would be the row. So that one is 0, but it's 2, 1, 0. It's reversed. I do have transparent selection on, but because I grabbed stuff from other drawings, the color of everything is not the transparent color for MS Paint. I'll have to redraw that wire. Hold on. Nice, clean. There we go. What? Oh, my numbering scheme is all messed up. That's weird. Whatever. I'm gonna fix it this way. I know this is like cursed, but this is how we're doing things. Oh wait, I should get rid of the. Do. No one was any wiser. Oh, come on. Come on, man. 2, 1, 0. There. So that's how it's going to be wired. So now we know all the wiring. We just got a lot of sorting out to do. Control S. Whew. Okay, so let's get the physical wiring done then. I can't even imagine what kind of like short outs are going to occur on this thing. So it was black, white, and then purple. Okay. And try not to have these climb on top of one another. Have it just lazily coming to where it goes. And it does a little turn right there. And then that'll sit just like that. So I need to get clippers. And I need to clip it right there. That. Strippy. That. Just so you guys know how small this stuff is, I want to show you this view for a minute. If you want to go viral on Japanese soldering Twitter, you need to know the scale of the stuff that we're talking about here. I don't think I can hold a candle to those guys. I wonder what would happen if I posted about what I do here. Can I be in the cool kids club, or will they not let me sit with them at lunch? I don't think they'll let me sit with them at lunch. I don't think I'm cool enough. They're gonna be talking smack about me over there. Uh-oh, that's not good. I got way too much excess on that. Hold on. We can pull up the slack a little bit by moving this up. Yeah, it's gonna look like crap. Yep. Already looks like crap. Oh well. Go back to the microscope. I think that was a little easier. That is absolutely the wrong. No, what's happening there? Oh my god. Okay. Back to that. All right. So, where's the wire that I just did? Oh yeah, this is the black wire. Okay, white wire now. The advantage to using different wire colors for the different lines that need to be connected. That simplifies things greatly in terms of the mental anguish of having to follow everything all the way back to its source. Now, if I did the magnet wire technique, I wouldn't have been able to really do that. And if I used the motor wire, holy hell, I would have had a hell of a time differentiating these lines from one another. This is all that's really necessary, though, to run all these signals. This wire, this 30 gauge wire, is probably too big for the amount of current that this thing takes. So really, I could have had a much less bulky setup, but I don't think good things would have come from using the motor wire. I started to use the motor wire, and I was like, you know, this is not happening. I don't have a good way of removing the lacquer on that wire. People have all kinds of different techniques, but they're all annoying, and none of them work with regularity. What I've been doing with it is I have a little sacrificial tinning PCB section that I dump the wire into. So it's basically swimming in what do you call it? It's swimming in solder, and then I'll scrape the soldering iron on it in order to push the lacquer out of the way. But it doesn't really do that good of a job. It's not really easy. I don't really know what to do with that. Because like some of those circuits that I saw today, like that thing Pyro posted, holy hell, I should be doing more with motor wires. That shit was clean. Clean and crisp. Okay, that's fucking up. I don't know why this didn't... My wire cutters have been used for such a variety of tasks that they're not exactly good wire cutters anymore. They're more like metal distorters. Come back here. You'll go right there. This is gonna hurt. All right, using my thumb to try to persuade this thing to go downwards. Not a great idea, getting my hands so close to all this. Ah, damn it. I'm like losing all my dexterity towards hour... What hour are we on? Hour 4.5 of doing this. You start to lose your faculties. I've been trying to kind of slow it down so that I don't go too crazy. This stuff needs to be like pushed down so that it's not so tall. Look at how tall this loom is right there. I have my doubts about whether or not this thing is going to fit back into the case, and that's why I tried to keep this stuff flat as possible, but it's not really cooperating in that sense. Well, hot damn, there it is. Is that really all it took to revamp your keyboard, oh bother? Yeah, and it was easy. This sucked. No, I have tweezers. I'm not using them because when this wire specifically heats up, it winds up the jacket over the wire turns into soup, like immediately upon finding any source of heat. It just soupifies immediately. So I've been pushing down the wires with my fingers just because it's more contact area. It's a larger contact area. Oh man. I'm pretty confident in all the connections being made properly. I'm decently confident in all of the soldering that I did to the microcontroller itself. There's still little bits of like tea in there. Let's see if this closes first. I want this to be out of the way for this, but I don't know where else I can have it. I mean, it's right there in the area where all this stuff is. And I don't want it to interfere because I need to see whether or not this thing pushes all the way down. I guess I could remove it. Okay, it goes like that. That's fine. Watch, the first thing that happens is I rip up all the wires by accident. I guess, I don't know, I have these things that Wexo sent. I could maybe push it down with that, but I'm not sure. I think that would still distort it. It fits. I can't get to the reset button. This is where the dip switches used to go. I would have liked to have the reset button for the microcontroller there, but I mean, that's even being blocked by the wiring that we did. So I have new keys to go in, by the way. I want a different color scheme on this. So I'll probably clean up the backboard too when I do that. But now this, I can pick up the microcontroller and just barely kind of scooch it around if I need to. If I need to get under it, if I need to remove switches, if I need to solder anything. So that's step, what, 10,000 of 8 billion? The next thing we need to do is vet out all these connections to make sure that they work. And I could do that physically. I could do that with a multimeter, but I think I'd rather just pop software into this thing and see if it works. I think that's where we're going with this. But yeah, once I vet out all the connections, then I can secure the wires down. I'll replace these pieces of tape with just a bead of ultraviolet glue that'll just hold that in place. And then of course everything will be nice and neat and clean, which is what I wanted. The next time I spill something on this keyboard, I'm gonna have an existential crisis. Hopefully the microcontroller is a little bit less susceptible towards liquids than its predecessor, but cleaning out all of these wire connections is not something that I look forward to. Keyboard, yeah. Okay, so apart from the screen, that does the hardware. Now if I plug this in, I think it'll be okay. Let's see. Plug this in. This has been a lot of work. A lot of work. Which way does this thing plug in? Oh, it plugs in. No, it plugs in this way. That way the two ground wires are connected there. It's the wrong plug. I have to start over. That plugs in like that. And then I don't know where I guess it goes like there. And I gotta make sure that nice and secure. Okay. Should have done a socketed MCU. Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't we all though? There's a Raspberry Pi version of the 2040. There's a version of it that is on like a square board. Should do that with like a ZIF socket. No, it's not wireless. In fact, you can see the outline of where the plug went by the liquid that's left over. It's a USB-C keyboard. I don't need wireless in my keyboards. I don't want that. You know, I could probably populate half of the bottom of this thing with a battery, but that ain't me. I like to have wires. I don't want you guys standing in my window with a little receiver figuring out everything that I'm doing online by my wireless profile. I got enough wireless shit on my body that's running my pancreas. Oh my god, did we finish that? Damn. Oh. And now for nobody to ever see. Nobody will ever see it. Ah, keys are falling off. So there it is. There's all the wiring done. Except for the screen. Except for the screen. Screen isn't done yet. What that allows me to do now is to use QMK on this microcontroller in order to run these 3 muxes. And these 3 muxes will send 3 volts into a row, and then it'll scan 2 columns at a time for the entire keyboard. It also will activate one of 2 LEDs and give a PWM for the other stuff. And then it'll also do USB communications, etc., etc. And we'll have a screen on the front of the thing just for fun, so I can have some, you know, I don't know, taco cat shit tier meme on the front of my keyboard. All right, thank you guys for watching. That was a little bit of like a bit of a skill session there, just doing the tedious wiring of this thing. Now that we've almost completed the takeover of this microcontroller, I need a see-through case. Yeah, possibly. Boy, looking at this from a different angle, you can see how all the parallax stuff that went wrong. Find that a wireless keyboard is more rugged. Well, whatever. I'm not doing wireless. I like my wires. I like having a wire connected. My only concern with this whole thing is that some of the pins might be shorted to the ones next to them. and maybe some of the connections aren't necessarily there. Everything looks like it's connected though. We just might have a little bit of an issue between things over here. Looked good from the other angle, but yeah, we'll have to see. I got to load software onto the thing and test to see whether or not the keys are getting pressed properly or whatever. Oh, you said wired. Sorry, I misread. That happens all the goddamn time here. Yeah, I ran it to the chip footprint because it's a lot cleaner than having wires go all over the place on the keyboard. This way, all of my bullshit is just concentrated to the one corner of the board. So all my BS is over here, instead of it kind of distributing to everything. You know, we started with it going to the various switches that it would be. I figured, like, if I want to come in here and replace switches, I can do that even with this stuff partially in the way. I can get the soldering iron to the switches without a wire popping off. Maybe it's not the best idea, but I would still need this volume of wires for the main thing. And what I could have done, I mean, I could have put the muxes anywhere, really. I could have done mux. You know, I could have put them up here, and that way maybe they would be able to distribute to the rows and the columns a little bit more easily. That would probably been a good idea, but oh well, here we are. I decided to pick up everything over there and try to keep it to one layer, which wasn't entirely successful. I don't know, maybe there's a better scheme for it. These muxes are weird. They're very old, and they have sort of the 3 address pins are at the top of the chip, whereas all the switches are at the bottom. So they sort of want controller, chip, stuff, and it's kind of a weird arrangement. I would have expected all the stuff to be on one side and all the control to be on the other, but I guess they wanted to, I don't know, they wanted those ground and power pins in there. Maxim's a strange company. They do a lot of really cool chips, though. If you're looking for like an ASIC and you don't care about price, Maxim's a good company to look at first. So, all right, I'm out of content now. I have soldered myself out of content. I'm gonna have to do either rearranging of stuff in Notepad++ in order to get the rows and the columns sorted out, or I'll have to start from scratch with that tool that helps me place all the rows and the columns, and then it'll output the keyboard for me, basically. It'll output the keyboard assuming that you're just doing rows and columns, but we've got muxes involved in here, so I give it fake microcontroller pins, and then yeah, we just roll from there. All right, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. This is sort of a surprise Wednesday stream because I missed Tuesday. Things are wild around here, and I'm trying to get the new schedule to work for me. It's just people seem to like not care about my schedule because apparently this isn't a real job, even though I've made a bunch of money off of you guys right now, which I really appreciate. You guys coming in here and subbing. We had gift subs as like a method to apologize to me for bad jokes. We've had a lot of really cool gift subs. We had people subbing for like 6 months in advance. Cool stuff. I love you guys. I will be back. Yeah. Oh, hey, Distant Cacophony. How you doing? You guys should check out Distant Cacophony, by the way. She streams on the weekends, and I sometimes lurk. Here's the end card with all of my social media. I've really shouldn't be on social media, but every now and then I'll post a tweet. I posted a tweet with a nice close-up of this stuff, and the dog, and the picture of the puppy. So, and the Discord obviously is where I'm spending most of my days. So if you guys want, I have been required to post a daily dog picture. There's a pet stuff channel for pictures of animals that you've taken. It's a very specific rule, because if it's just an animal doing something funny, or it's a cute looking animal that you didn't take the picture of, you put that in the funny channel. That's where that belongs. But if you took the picture, put it in the pets channel where we can appreciate it properly. You did extra work. All right, you guys take care. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow, and I think at the beginning of stream, I'm gonna have the puppy with me. I think. We'll see how that goes, but I think I need to look after the puppy for like an hour or two, and she'll probably be sleeping, but we'll see where that goes. All right, take care, and don't forget that thing I told you. Don't forget about it, okay? This is really, really important.